Give me a few minutes. I get all my stuff set up, and we will do yesterday's recap. What I'll do this morning, since I'm up bright and early, we'll be going back and forth from CNN to Inner City Press from yesterday's testimony. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Make sure you all hit that like button. Good morning. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. This is Pamela, and you are watching Pam Entertainment TV, where we do celebrity legal news, celebrity news. I review movies, and I also review television shows. If you're joining me, some of you all are going to be joining me on my TikTok page at P. Karn. I do have a backup page at Pam Entertainment TV, but that page wasn't built up on TikTok, and I haven't decided on whether to continue to build it up because of the fact I don't know what's going to happen with that app, and I don't want to put all that energy into it, and then they take it away. I know. I'm a little early, but I got up. I'm up. And I'm able to start. So what we'll do today is that we're going to, since I was not able to stream yesterday, I'm going to go over the information today. So it is currently 8:36 Eastern Standard Time. I think they start the court at 9. So what we'll do is that we will go over the stuff that went over yesterday. There was a surprise witness, not necessarily a surprise witness, but a witness who was going to plead the fifth. And then once the judge gave him immunity, he's sitting down and he's talking. And this is one of Diddy's assistants. Also, we will go over Inner City Press's information. We'll go over those things quickly. We'll continue with Special Agent Gannon, and then we'll go through those other witnesses too. But let's just go over what CNN recap, just a recap about what's going on. What happened? Okay. I'd probably be in the wrong thing. All right, hold on, y'all. Here we go. And so this is a recap of the trial of yesterday's information. So we're going to definitely go in and go over that recap. If you're joining me on TikTok, welcome. What I'm going to do, I've been doing daily updates on the Sean Diddy Combs trial. I wasn't able to do a recap yesterday, so I'm going to do a recap today. If you're on TikTok, what you see behind me is the charges of the charges that he's been charged with from his superseding indictment. If you want to see everything that the people that are on X and the people that are on YouTube seeing, come to my YouTube page. It's Pam Entertainment TV. And come follow us over there. I appreciate you all joining me over here at TikTok. All right. So according to what CNN says, they are recapping what happened yesterday. So we still had the federal Agent Gannon, get on. And apparently he got on and he just went over the items that they raided over on Star Island. Now, we understood that Kid Cudi was supposed to testify yesterday, but he didn't. Now, sources are saying that he sent an email in that the prosecutions looked over earlier that morning, saying that he wasn't going to make it yesterday, but hopefully they'll make it today. So we're waiting. He's supposed to be the star witness at this time, Kid Cudi. So we're hoping that he comes on. Now, what significance does Kid Cudi have? Kid Cudi is going to testify about how his car was blown up. Kid Cudi is going to testify to a meeting that he had, corroborate what Cassie said about a meeting that he had with Diddy and Cassie. And I think one of Diddy's bodyguards or former bodyguard, I'm not sure, is going to testify that it was Diddy who told him to put the device in that, blew up the car. So we'll see. And y'all on TikTok, hit that screen so that hit the like button, hit that screen, hit the light so the lights will go up. I appreciate it. So we're going to have some testimony. So let's go over yesterday. Let me see. So Mr. Gannon got on the stream. He testified. Where are we? Ooh, I got so much stuff open. I'm almost losing my place. All right. So yesterday, Mr. Gannon gets on the stand. He testifies to a few things. One of the things he testified is that, they raided Diddy's house on Star Island, that they found a lot of women's extremely high heel shoes. And according to Special Agent Gannon, those high heel shoes were about 7 inches high. He also testified that in some of the shoes and some of the things that he found there were extra phones. He also found pew-pews, but they were deconstructed. He found a lot of bullets. He found a lot of magazine cases. He found a copious amount of drugs. He also said that he found copious amounts of baby oil and Astroglide. He testified all those different things. Now, the defense came back, just basically coming back and asking him very specific questions. And let me see if I can get to the defense's argument. Now, here's what's interesting. He said that they found a lot of the illicit mood enhancers, that's what I'm gonna call them for drugs, mood enhancers, and that in this Gucci bag, he said that they found some mood enhancers with a Tesla imprint on them, and I thought that was interesting. So he said that they found 31 bottles of Astroglide, 25 bottles of baby oil, found 3 extra cell phones, an external hard drive. They found pew-pews in suitcases, bullets and everything. So the defense came around and asked, did you all know that Sean Diddy Combs was going to be leaving that day? And they said yes. And you knew that none of the, okay. The plan was to have him not there, but we had contingencies. And they asked him what type of vehicles did he use, and they basically said they had an armored vehicle, they came by boat, and they came by car. And so they had about 80 or 90 agents, but those 80 and 90 agents that that came into Star Island. They didn't come all at the same time. Once they breached the property, they had those agents, and then they had those agents that came in to do the searches. He testified, Gannon, that there was about 6 people that were on the premises, and he said that they kept them away. And the defense was saying you put them all in handcuffs, and he said no, they were escorted to a certain place. He said there was one particular person that wasn't happy, and that they put them in handcuffs. So they talked about the music studio and all of that. They found pew-pews wrapped in towels, but again, those particular pew-pews were not put together. They talked about taking Sean Combs' DNA. Now, I will notice that because the prosecution has said that Diddy has had an issue of contacting witnesses when he should not have, we start to see he's contacting witnesses when he should not have. So we start to see that they are releasing the names of things. The defense knows who's on the list, but I don't think the defense knows who's coming in, but they're supposed to be prepared. But, and I say all of that to say, when this surprise witness came in, there was a court reporter illustration that showed Diddy put his hands in his head. Now, from the reports from the different bloggers that are there and also the news media, they got a sense that Diddy kind of was feeling a little way because of the fact that this executive assistant who assisted him with a lot of different things, I think that assistant kind of unnerved him. And we're going to get to the testimony. And there was just pretty much a lot of back and forth with the special agent. What I will go through right now is some of the photos that were presented by the special agent. Now, I will tell you, for those of you all that are going to be watching on Twitch, for those of you who are going to be watching on YouTube, and for those of you all that are going to be watching on X, there is going to be, let me put my trigger warning up real quick. If I can find that joker. Let me see if I can find that joker. I tell you, I cleaned up all my spaces and stuff on my computer, so. Aha. All right. So, trigger warning, you're going to be seeing some stuff that you ain't, that might be upsetting. And if you don't want to see it, this is the time to go ahead and pop off now. All right. So, let's start this gallery. This is from TMZ. So, as you all can see, let me make sure that you all are seeing what I see. You are. And if you're on TikTok, again, come join me at Pam Entertainment TV. That's all one word with an exclamation point at the bottom. If you want to see that, you can also join me on X at Pam Entertainment TV. And we could definitely, well, it's Pam Entertain ME2 is what I believe. So what we see here, y'all, is this is what Special Agent Gannon testified to the copious amounts of shoes, the high heel shoes that they put out. Now, one of the sticking points, I think a lot of people who were in the courtroom and who came back and covered it yesterday, they were saying that. Again, and I've said this before, this is not Perry Mason, this is not Matlock, and this is not Law and Order SVU. Things are not going to be wrapped up. Right, every witness is not going to have a bombshell of information. They're either going to be they're going to testify to information, and then there's going to be some witnesses that are going to corroborate what someone has testified to. Okay, so to say that, so we start to see some certain things. We start to see that there's a lot of copious amounts of shoes. And what does that indicate? That indicates that possibly the supplies and things that are needed for the FOs. We also see pew-pews in the boxes that have been deconstructed. There's a lot of all kinds of different things. And again, just because someone has an adventurous sex life, that's not illegal within itself. What the prosecution has to show, they have to show trafficking. They have to show transportation of the prostitutes to another state. And they have to show racketeering. Now, with racketeering, there are, let me pull that up real quick. Where do I have that? Hold on, y'all. So here, and shout out to Nate, the lawyer. This is his graphic that I'm using. I appreciate that he put that out on X. But in the RICO, the predicate categories over here, they have kidnapping, arson, bribery, obstruction of justice, forced labor, ex-trafficking, transportation for prostitution, and drug trafficking. And it's my understand they have to prove under the RICO 2 of the predicate categories. Now, the transportation for prostitution is also a superseding charge. I think that they have proven that with the testimony of Tech Cassie and with the corroboration of testimony from the escort and the exotic dancer. Kid Cudi's is going to get on and testify. Supposedly, he is supposed to testify about his car blowing up, and it is my understanding that one of the security guards of Diddy is possibly going to testify as to how that happened. He's going to corroborate that it happened, and he's going to testify as to how that happened. So I don't know anything about. I don't know if they're going to get the trafficking charge or not. We'll see, because there's 2 other victims that are going to be coming on the state, coming on thing. So we're going to see about that. But again, this is an 8-week trial. So like I said, this is not Matlock. This is not Perry Mason. This is not any of those things. Look at this like a puzzle. And that the prosecution's job is to put this puzzle together. And it's the defense's job either to show that there's holes or some of those puzzle pieces don't match, or to show that if there was a crime committed, their client did not orchestrate that crime. So the RICO charge comes from that. Now, I know a lot of people are saying, oh, well, he's the only person in the RICO. Y'all, there are people who have been charged, but their charges have been sealed. Because what's happening is I believe that the prosecution is giving them an opportunity to come tell what they know and possibly give immunity. Because when this first popped off, there was a lot of people who the prosecution had called in. And so it's my understanding that there are a lot of people in all of this, because a lot of people have received immunity, particularly this assistant, because this assistant received immunity that what I'm going to talk about later. He received immunity because of the fact that he was the one procuring the mood enhancers. The same thing with the other assistant. He was procuring mood enhancers, and plus the other assistant, David James, could have been charged with assault on the chef. So you have a lot of people in here. You can look at the people who were escorts and the exotic dancers for receiving money for being prostitutes, going to different states, tooting it up. So I think there's just a lot of different things they're having to bring it in. And like I said, it's going to take the prosecution to piece all of this together and then bring it home during the closing arguments. And again, it's going to take the defense attorney, if he got a good defense attorney, to pop holes, say those puzzle pieces do not fit. Okay. So I just wanted to kind of go over that, because again, if you're looking for a witness to be the smoking gun, I don't think that you'll do that, because again, they're trying to show because there's already a business, there's already enterprise with Bad Boy Entertainment. These people, the assistants, were hired by Bad Boy Entertainment. He received his payments and things like that. The money was coming from, I guess, petty cash from Bad Boy Entertainment. And Diddy had been asking people to do certain things for him. There's some coercion and all of this other stuff that has to be proven in these RICO charges too. But let's just continue. And again, shout out to Nate, the lawyer. This is where I got this graphic that's on the page right here. But let's get back to what we found at the mansion. There, they're just showing us all the bullets. And some of these exhibits I'm going to be speeding through. Again, that's the deconstructed pew-pew. More bullets. Again, this is pretty much a different angle of what they have found. And if you look down here in the white, this is the pew-pew that's been wrapped up in a towel on the floor. It's been wrapped up where they found it wrapped up in the towel. And let me go back, because the defense did say that they questioned them about the way that they were processing the evidence, because they were saying that they didn't see the pictures where they pulled the stuff from. They gathered all the stuff together on the floor and then put it, but they were wanting to show at least a video or something showing them going from one spot to another and placing the information down on that. And they unraveled the towel, and that's what part of the pew-pew was. One of the things that they also talked about yesterday is the fact that when we see these pew-pews, the serial number has been scratched out. So with the serial number being scratched out, that is, if you have them legally, because, you know, this is found in Florida. It's legal to have firearms in Florida, but I don't think it's legal for you to be scratching out their serial numbers. And what would be interesting to me is, if this is happening, are these supposed to be traced anywhere? Again, we got to see a lot of these mood enhancers. And it looks like on my stream, it looks like I am lagging a little bit. All right. Here we have the mood enhancers. Again, another pew pew. Again, the bullets for the pew pew. Again, we see some mood enhancers. Looks like roll-ups for marijuana. We see inside the house. I don't know if this is a bedroom or is this a closet, but it looks like we see a suitcase and a whole bunch of extra stuff. It looks like a closet to me. Here is this box everyone is talking about that has Diddy on it. I'm not sure. I can't remember what they were saying, what was in this box. Maybe they'll open it up and we'll see. Yes, they did. They opened it up. And again, mood enhancers all in the box. Mood enhancers. And this is interesting. This is just a side view of the stuff that's on the side. It looks just like paperwork and mood enhancers and all of those different things. That's what it looks like to me. And this exhibit that I am looking at, this was released by the prosecution because the judge did sign an order that after the exhibits are released, they have until the end of the week to release all the exhibits for that week. They can release them day by day, or they can just dump them all at one time, and they have to put it on the docket. So if you're on Pacer, you definitely can go and see all of these exhibits if they've released them. You had a lot of pew pews. Again, this is just a close up of the high heel shoes and some of the exotic wear. Okay. Some of that. Okay. Again, some exotic wear. So it's we see a picture from the bathroom. And again, if you hold on, y'all. I don't know what's going on over here. All right, let's continue. So I don't know exactly what's going on with the bathroom. There's a lot of graffiti on the thing about love you. What do you want? Are these self affirmations going on this bathroom? Mirror. I don't know exactly what that is, but it's just self affirmations, I guess. There's this wooden box or something. Mood enhancers, mood enhancers, mood enhancers. That's what I wanted to look up. What is Vital Honey, y'all? Um, Mood enhancers. just a view of the closet. Another view of a closet with the vitamins and supplements. And then we have the copious amounts of baby oil and the Glide. Mood enhancers. Shoes. Those boots that we see in here, because I think they are. Those boots right here, I think that's where they found the phones, yes. And then they show a picture of finding the phones in those boots. Money, a Gucci bag, some more heels. Again, another thing of boots. Close-up view of the oil and the Glide. Shoes, mood enhancers, mood enhancers. A pretty open view of where they pulled a lot of this stuff from, just within a closet. Let's see. I think this is some stuff. So this is where they showed some exhibits, because I didn't see this. Oh, wow. Look at that cut above her eye. And this is where she said that she had a permanent scar. And these are the pictures from the day before yesterday. I think these are the pictures from, thank you. These are the pictures that I think her mother took. All right, so we'll just go out of here. We're not going to show any more of that. So let's get back to X from yesterday. And again, this is just the defense going back over with Detective Gannon. And so now we have Dr. Hughes, and basically Dr. Hughes's testimony was to she had no direct testimony to anything. She's an expert witness. Her job was to come in and to give an explanation as to, because there's always that question when we hear of people who have been abused. And we all ask the question, it doesn't matter whatever socioeconomic background that you are. People will always ask the question, why did they stay? Why did they stay? They could have left. Why did they stay? And a lot of that has to do, she broke down the psychological aspects of all of that. She broke down, that there is just some psychological trauma that happens, bonding and all of that good stuff. So there are psychological aspects of it. Also, she broke down about there's a financial aspect of it. So if someone who is in control of where you live, how much money you receive, any and all these little different things. Plus, if you and let's be very clear, abusers have access to you, right? So when you talk about the child abuse, when you talk about the domestic violence, when you talk about all these things, people have access. They have access to you, and there is these people love you initially. The love bombing and all this other stuff. The person that you are abusing, if you are an abuser, they love you, and they have hope that things are going to change. But then you're going to break them down psychologically until there has to be some kind of precipitating factor that happens. That's why you'll have people who will go for help and then they'll go back. They'll go for help and then they'll go back. So what was interesting there, the question was asked was, what is the most common coping mechanism in regard to this? And they said, trying to work it out because of the trauma bond. You don't want to lose your partner again. And that's what I was talking about. Love, personal coping, placating, appeasing, always trying to please your partner because you want to avoid the abuse. So if they ask you to do something, you're going to 9 times out of 10 do what they ask for, because again, you have that trauma bond, because again, you want to please your partner, and plus you want to try to avoid the abuse as much as possible. All right. So here's where they talk about, during the break, they bring in George Kaplan to invoke, he was going to invoke his Fifth Amendment rights. They asked, did he receive a subpoena? He said he did. He says, do you intend not to answer on the fifth grounds? He said, yes. He says, Your Honor, please sign the immunity order. And the judge says, has he read it? No. He asked him to read it. The attorney says he's read it. He says, I will assign the immunity order. So that, to me, that was the big bump. Signed the immunity order so that they could be able to cross-examine him without him, direct examination and cross, without there be any, he won't be charged with anything. And I think this was the point where Diddy knew he had messed up. This is what I think. I think this was the moment. And I think that the prosecution did that on purpose, if you ask me. If we're talking about our quote unquote, because I kept saying there is no Perry Mason moment, but it looks like prosecution did that so Diddy would understand that all these people that you've talked to, all these people that you have had people get next to and ask them not to testify, these people are going to testify. So they go up back on break. And so again, they're talking with Dr. Hughes. Sorry, y'all. I'm just trying to make sure. This is an interesting question from Diddy's defense. It says they're talking to Dr. Hughes. They said that you've been retained hundreds of times, but you've never come into court and testified in defense of a man accused of an X crime. Dr. Hughes, that is correct. I do not evaluate offenders. Now, Dr. Hughes has a nice little rate. She's $600 an hour. And if she has to spend a whole day in court, I guess, which is eight hours, that's almost, she wants the $6,000. Who's mad at her? So she talked about that she educated the prosecution on domestic violence and all of those different things and how to present. So we just have all that. Let me see. Dr. Hughes is a board certified forensic psychologist. So here we have George Kaplan. Now I am going to read out George Kaplan's testimony from Inner City Press, and we're going to go back through CNN to kind of cap it all down for us. So this is going to be just a complete reading through there. All right, here we go. Prosecution. When did you work for Mr. Combs? He says he worked from 2013 to 2015. So he may have been there during the time that Kid Cudi's car went kablooey. What fell under the holding company? That holding company. He says he worked for Combs Enterprise. What fell under that holding company? Kaplan, clothing, liquor, entertainment. I was the executive assistant to the chief operating officer. Where did you work? He says the 1710 Broadway. What was your next position? Kaplan said the executive assistant to the chairman, Mr. Combs, from September 2014 to September 2015. What did you do? Who did you report to? He said he reported to Ms. Coram, KK, and she essentially ran Mr. Combs' life. Where did you report? He says, LA. What did you do? He said, I carried his bag, made such things were where he wanted them, as he trusted me more than he had me around more. I set up hotel rooms. How many hours a week? Kaplan, 80 to 100 hours a week. Let me go back. Give me a bit. And I'm going to put it on the screen just a moment, y'all. I just, all right. So he worked 80 to 100 hours a week. They said, how much did you get paid? He said, I got paid $125,000 a year to start. What did you do in the morning? Make sure everything was in the bathroom, the breakfast cooked. He was recording a mixtape, so we worked late. They asked who was on security. Kaplan, Uncle Polly, D-Rock, and Ruben. Later, licensed security in the second half of 2015. Prosecution. How frequently did you communicate with Mr. Combs? Kaplan, multiple times a day. Things could be found in the back, an iPad, drugs, whatever. Did he threaten you? He threatened my job. How often? Kaplan, maybe monthly. He'd say he was only to be surrounded by the best people and that he wasn't. For example, he wanted me to get 1 liter of water. I brought back 2 half liters. He said no. How did you travel? Kaplan, on his jet or going in advance to make sure it's all set up. How did you set up the hotel rooms? Kaplan, there was a bag. I unpacked it. Clothes, candles, Astroglide, baby oil. Who bought this? Kaplan, often me. In what cities did you set hotel rooms? Kaplan, Los Angeles, New York, and Miami. In LA, Mr. C, Bel Air, the Intercontinental, and in New York, Kaplan, the Trump Tower by Columbus Circle. In Miami, the SLS. Prosecution. How was it booked? Kaplan, by Frank Black, based on Biggie's Frank White. Would you clean up rooms? Kaplan, yes. Bottles of baby oil, Gatorade, once brown crystallized powder on the counter of the bathroom sink. Why did you clean up? Not hotel staff. Kaplan, it was implied to protect his public image. He was keen on doing that. So basically, before the hotel staff had to come in and clean up that little sticky mess, he would send his assistants in to go clean up that slip slidey sticky mess. And they would clean up to the point So I guess they would clean up enough that they would get rid of any of the traces of the oil, getting rid of any of the traces of the glide, get rid of any traces of illicit mood enhancers. So they would get rid of a lot of that type of stuff so that when the regular maids came in, it wouldn't be so messy. And so the prosecution asked them to explain. The judge at the defense objected to it. The judge overruled. Kaplan, I found that hotels will sell photos to newspapers to shame guests. Prosecution, did he reach out to you from the room? Kaplan, for food, clothes, sometimes the illicit mood enhancers, and he did it. They asked him what type of illicit mood enhancers. He says a DOP kit. And so the prosecution said illegal mood enhancers, and Diddy's lawyers objected to the term illegal. Prosecution restated it and said, what other types of mood enhancers? Kaplan said Advil and ketamine. And prosecution asked, what did he ask that for? What's he asked for? Kaplan, I picked up mood enhancers for him, MDMA. And they asked, who asked for it? Kaplan, Mr. Combs in LA and Miami. Kaplan, in Miami, Mr. Combs asked me to call a person. He came and gave me a bag of mood enhancers, MDMA. I gave him cash. I gave the pills to Mr. Combs. Prosecution, and in LA? Kaplan, I went out and met the person in Hollywood. I gave money. He gave him a bag. And so they broke for today. So this morning is where we're going to get the new testimony. But before we do that, we're definitely going to go over here to CNN from yesterday and go over that information that we have from yesterday. So it says here, wait, there's more. The proffered email chain is about Gina, and Gina is out of the case. She's not coming. Prosecution, she's in the indictment. Agnifilio, they could get her here, and they're choosing not to. I'll submit a letter by 10 p.m. So let's look at this real quick. What is this? What does it say? So this was on May 15th. All right. The court is in receipt of a letter from the press requesting. Okay, so they ordered that. We knew that. I thought that this was something about Miss Gina. All right, so we are here for today. Let me go to my notifications. All right, so we are on today. But again, let's go to the recap. And if you're not familiar, this is Kid Cudi. And again, they just went over. And this is Dr. Hughes. They testified that a loaded .45 pew pew was found in a guard shack. Okay, is where I would think that those types of things would be. Again, here is a picture of Don Hughes, not necessarily in the case that she not in this Diddy case, because cameras are not allowed, but this looks like her testifying in another case. This was the Amber Heard and Johnny Depp trial. So they are detailing who the 6 people were. They say a music producer, a property manager, and other facility personnel were put in handcuffs for law enforcement to identify and search. Gannon, who was a special agent in charge on the ground during the search, conformed. They said the music producer was not identified. No weapons or paraphernalia were recovered on any of the people found at the home. Now, the rumor mill is saying that it was Stevie J, but I'm not really sure if that's who that was. They confirmed, you see right here, they were dismantled and unloaded. Again, Dr. Hughes, let's get her credentials real quick. She's a board-certified clinical and forensic psychologist. She's an experienced expert witness, having testified in cases including the 2022 defamation trial of Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. And there she is. And basically, she's just testified about domestic violence and traumatic stress. She says that victims often stay in abusive relationships. She explained that perpetrators use various abusive methods beyond just physical violence to make victims feel trapped. It's about the power and the control and that the abuser has over the victim. She talked about sex abuse is a very private harm, which can make it difficult for a victim to seek help to leave an abusive relationship. They experience a tremendous amount of shame, humiliation, and degradation. They don't want to talk about it. They don't even want to think about it in their own brain. So she's kind of giving us an overview of what would be in the mindset of victims as to why they did not leave. Because, a lot of us will say, well, if you're doing that, just leave, just say no. But again, there are trauma bonds and there's all kinds of other psychological issues that are going on in someone's brain that would cause for them not to leave as soon as they could. She also talked about the financial dependence. A trauma bond can make a victim unwilling to leave a relationship. And again, and this is something that's very important. It takes multiple attempts. So you remember that Carrie tried to get Cassie to leave. I'm quite sure her mom and them tried to get Cassie to leave. The assistant testified, the first assistant, I think his name was David James, had asked her, why didn't she leave? Dawn was standing in solidarity with her, but she could kind of sense that Cassie wasn't ready to leave. Here's key. There is this pattern of returning and reconciliation and then returning again, she testified. She said that victims could want to come back to the good version of their partner that they do love, because that version of that person shows up. And I need for us to understand that good version of their partner will show up and will be there. And you will probably have you could possibly have days and weeks of that good version of the partner that's showing up. And then it, for whatever reason. All right. So let's get to and this is common. It is uncommon for victims to talk about the abuse around the time it occurs. Many victims wait months, even years, before telling about what happened to them. She explained that a victim is usually more willing to discuss abuse from a stranger than from a partner. The closer the relationship to the perpetrator, the less likely that it's going to be disclosed. Again, because there is a trauma bonding and love there. Let me do this. Hold up. Because I don't want to be the cause of you all having what I'm trying to do is get to the part where the psychologist is off the stand. So here we have George Kaplan, a former executive assistant to Sean Diddy Combs, is now taking the stand. He is the 12th witness to be called by the prosecution. Kaplan has received a subpoena to appear. Earlier today, he invoked his Fifth Amendment rights not to testify. The judge signed an immunity order, and that requires him to testify. And this is Mr. Kaplan right here. George Kaplan, a former assistant, said his day would typically start around 9:30 a.m. and he would make sure that the chef and the housekeeping staff were ready for the day. He said he would also make sure Combs' bathroom was set up with his toiletries and medication. He said the earliest that he could ever remember finishing a day was around 5 or 6 p.m. and the latest he could remember was around 7 a.m. He said he typically worked 80 to 100 hours a week and was paid $125,000. He said he started in 2013 and his employment ended in 2015. He started his employment as an executive assistant to the chief operating officer, which was KK, Ms. Coram. And then he said 10 months later, he was promoted, chief operating officer. He was promoted to Sean Diddy Combs' executive assistant. He said he reported to Christina Coram and Combs' former chief of staff, who he said, according to Kaplan, essentially ran his life. He says that Combs hired a more polished security team in 2015. Interesting. It says Sean Diddy Combs hired a licensed security group in the second half of 2015. His former executive assistant, George Kaplan, testified. This group was more professional and more polished than Combs' former longtime security guards and seemed to have a lot of real-time training. So in other words, they were a little bit more polished than the, having like Big Polly and D-Rock and all of these big guys. So this team was a more polished, almost like looking like what's the security for the president? Secret Service? Probably looked more like the Secret Service. He's George Kaplan, the former assistant, communicated with Combs daily, exchanging texts, calls, and emails multiple times a day about things he needed, which could include clothing or potentially food from somewhere, or mood enhancers, or liquor, or an iPad, or a speaker. I'm curious, is he getting a new iPad, or is it just his iPad? He says that Diddy Combs frequently threatened his job. Mostly, he said Combs would remark that he wanted to be surrounded by the best, and those around him at the time were not performing at that level. So I'm interested to know what happened in 2015 that then caused for Diddy to want more professional folks around him. Because remember, he had his assistants. Remember, he was hiring assistants off of Craigslist. And all of a sudden now in 2015, he was wanting He was wanting more polished security. I guess that's the best wording that I would say. And that's interesting to me because was there something going on? Was there something going on to where he needed this polished is there something going on that he needed that kind of polished interesting. This is interesting. It's interesting to understand and to know why he would need that most polished security. He talked about he flew out on private jets. He talked let me see. And so if you all are on TikTok, you all are back because they look like they shut me down for whatever reason. I'm just giving a recap. Y'all let me know. Is it some of the wording that I'm using? I'm trying to redefine the wordings that I'm using, or is it the subject matter itself? All right. And so he just went on and talked about how he set up the rooms and all of these different things. He talked about that it was very important at that time. So again, I am curious to know what's going on in 2015 to where his image needed to be protected as it was. What was going on in 2015? Because this is where the switch came from, the difference in security. He needed a more professional security. This is quite interesting to me to know what that switch was and why that switch came. And as y'all come in on TikTok, hit that screen, like the video. That is interesting to me. All right, so we are caught up. So let's get to let's go up here. All right, so let me do this. All right, so we are on today, people. We are going to start today's testimony. Again, we did the recap of yesterday. We're going to be going back and forth between Inner City Press, who is there doing yeoman's work as far as getting us as much of information like like a transcript out of the courtroom, and also we're going to go over the summaries from CNN to just go over what's been going on to kind of enhance what's going on, because again, Inner City Press is typing so fast. I'm quite sure that he's typing so fast. I'm quite sure his little fingers and some things he may or may not miss. And I do like to then go back through CNN because they are able to give us kind of an overview what he's typing. All right. So it looks like the down at the courthouse entrance, according to Inner City Press, there's much security, presumably for the arrival of Kid Cudi, now up in court before the jury brought in. So the judge says, I didn't hear the government objecting to Mr. Kaplan's testifying about Miss Ventura asking for drugs in Boston. And at that point, I don't think that there should be, because she has mentioned that she used a lot of drugs, copious amount of mood enhancers, excuse me. So it's and that has been corroborated. So I don't see where there would be such a big objection to that. But the judge did ask that. All right, here we go. Prosecution. When did you carry cash for Mr. Combs? He says $50,000 on his private jet. Did you pick up cash for Mr. Combs? $10,000 at Western Union from Combs Enterprises. All right. So they would Western Union $50,000. Wow, cash. Did you pick up the cash for Mr. Combs? Kaplan, $10,000 at Western Union from Combs Enterprises. What long-term relationships of Mr. Combs are you aware of? Kaplan, Cassie, Kim, and Gina. Prosecution, who is Kim? Kaplan, the mother of his children. Prosecution, Cassie. Kaplan, girlfriend. Prosecution, Gina. Kaplan, girlfriend, another girlfriend. Prosecution, the jet flight to Las Vegas. What was the layout of the jet? Kaplan, 4 chairs are partitioned. I had a partial view over my right shoulder. Prosecution, when you witnessed violence by Mr. Combs on Miss Ventura, why didn't you intervene? Kaplan, my career. Prosecution, after the last glass breaking, what did Mr. Combs do? There seems like there is a lapse. Hold on, y'all. Okay. Kaplan, he came forward. Cassie stayed in the back. He asked me to get creams to conceal the bruising on her face. How did you pay for it? Kaplan, corporate credit card. Now that's interesting, because that's the first time that we hear that the corporate credit card was used to cover up a crime, which is the violence. That's interesting. So apparently it says after the last glass breaking. So apparently there was an altercation going on the plane, but we'll go back to CNN and we'll figure out what we'll fill in the blanks. Prosecution, why did you leave Combs Enterprises? Kaplan, I didn't think I should be covering things up, like buying the witch hazel. Also, my father had prostate cancer. Prosecution, any of violence? Kaplan, he threw things at Gina in the entryway of the main home on Star Island. What was he throwing? Kaplan, green apples. Prosecution, how hard? Kaplan, very hard. I later took the medicine bag into their room. Mr. Combs wanted me to leave quickly. Then what? I heard Gina at the gate and male voices. And I guess the prosecution asked who were the male voices. He answered security. Prosecution, when you left, what did you do? Kaplan, I collected myself and I then went to work for an integrated marketing firm. So it looks like he is being cross-examined. So let's go to CNN. Let me close up some of this stuff. Give me a moment, people. All right, we are back how we like it. So CNN says Kaplan continues his testimony under an immunity order. Comey also confirmed with Kaplan, so I guess he must be getting under the defense. Let's make sure we hadn't missed anything. Here we go. Kaplan talks about rarely holding cash for Combs, including 50K once. George Kaplan infrequently carried cash for Sean Diddy Combs, but one time in 2015, Combs' security staff asked him to hold $50,000 while they were on his private jet, the former executive assistant to the music mogul testified. Once they landed, Kaplan handed the money to other security personnel. Combs also had him get $10,000 cash from Western Union a couple of times. Kaplan would give the cash to Combs after he picked it up, he said. Kaplan previously testified that he started at Combs Enterprise in 2013 as an executive assistant to the chief operating officer and was promoted about 10 months later to be Combs' executive assistant. Assistant Attorney Comey asked George Kaplan to confirm he was subpoenaed to testify at trial and his testifying under the immunity order. Kaplan says that he understands the immunity order requires him to testify truthfully and allows for this testimony not to be used against him. Comey also confirmed with Kaplan that he can still be prosecuted for perjury if he lies on the stand. All right, here we go. Kaplan testified that he witnessed Combs being violent with Ventura while on a private jet. Kaplan said he witnessed Combs being violent. He testified that he heard glass break, and when he looked back, he saw Combs standing over Ventura, who was laying on her back with her legs extended up as if she was trying to create space between the two of them. He says Combs was holding up a whiskey rocks glass in his hand. He testified, Kaplan, that there was a tremendous commotion and stumble, and then the glass crushed, Kaplan said. He said he looked away, and a few seconds later, he heard Ventura scream. Isn't anybody seeing this? Oh. She screamed, isn't anybody seeing this? And they're all sitting there all stumm. Kaplan said that Combs later went to a different area of the plane and told Ventura to stay in the back. Some of Combs' other staff members, including security, because remember, this is where he started to, in 2015 is when he switched from his big, like bouncer like security to a professional security team. Were on the plane, but nobody went to check on Ventura, he testified. And he reported that he did not report the incident to the police. My heart breaks because I cannot imagine being 50,000 feet in the air. Everybody see you getting your behind whooped, and then there's just nobody to help you. Nobody. And y'all on TikTok, make sure y'all hit the screen for me. Kaplan reported that he saw Ventura with injuries at the home. He already explained to us that he saw Kaplan. Kaplan saw Combs get violent with Ventura on the plane. He also recalled an incident at the home. He said Combs called Kaplan over an intercom system to meet him in the master bedroom, where he directed Kaplan to pick up over-the-counter products like witch hazel. Kaplan said he realized the products would make an anti-swelling agent. Hey, everybody coming in on TikTok. To get to Combs, he passed Ventura, who was crying on the bed with her head in her hands. She had visibly bruising on her face. Kaplan, who added he did not stop to talk or to check on her. He left the house to get the items Combs requested at a nearby pharmacy, paying for them with his Combs Enterprise Company credit card. He claimed that he left his employment in 2015, December 2015, because he wasn't comfortable or aligned with the physical behavior that had been going on. And he said he did not want to be a party to fixing those types of things. He said it was extremely challenging because I was obviously extremely grateful to be in the role, and I had a great deal of respect for Mr. Combs, but he knew in his heart that this stuff wasn't right. Oh. And again, we go over the testimony that he threw apples at Gina. He says she was trying to shield herself with her arms as she moved away from him. And he said he didn't intervene. All right. That has given us enough time to go over any cross-examination. All right, here we go. So the defense asked Kaplan, why did you go to work for Combs Enterprise? Kaplan said he was an incredible entrepreneur I have learned from. Defense, what did Brian do as chief operating officer? Kaplan, ensuring profitability of each unit. Kaplan, I was an employee when Revolt TV launched. Gotcha. Tell me about it. This is the defense asking him to tell him about it. And if you're not familiar, Revolt TV launched, and I want to say it was a YouTube, but it was just, what's his name was on Revolt TV? You remember Joe Budden and DJ Academics, I think, had a show on Revolt TV. There was a lot of different people who had shows and things like that off of there. So this was interesting. He says, we were on the 6th floor of 1710 Broadway. Everyone was there. It was momentous. Agnophilia. Diversity was important to Mr. Combs. Kaplan, specifically for African Americans. All right. So we're just waiting for more information to come through. And we don't have anything because we are caught up, y'all. We are caught up. So since we're caught up, let's kind of do a little recap of what he talked about today. So basically, he is going over all his time from 2013 to 2015 of working with Sean Diddy Combs. He reported that he saw a level of violence that he was uncomfortable with. He also reported that he was holding an exorbitant amount of cash for Mr. Combs. So it looks like from Kaplan's testimony and from David James, who was the assistant early on, it looks like that on any given day that they would have an exorbitant amount of cash. Now I know, like, depositing over, what is it, depositing $10,000 or more of cash into your bank account. I understand that there's some things that you have to go through, because you can tell I ain't deposit no funds, that much funds. But I don't know. I don't think it's illegal to have that much amount of money on you, because I know a lot of people talk about the dealings of the mood enhancers. But I don't think it's illegal to carry that much cash. It's odd, but again, we are not in that lifestyle that Diddy was in, because again, Diddy is close to, isn't he close to billionaire status? He might not be now. Now in 2022, he was at billionaire status. But since he lost that Ciroc deal, they're saying that he's worth around $400 million. It says his spirits portfolio, which was once worth $700 million, is now estimated at $150 million due to the sale of a portion of the, what is it, Diageo? Is that his liquor brand? Wow. That is a drastic decrease from $700 million to $150 million. That is a drastic decrease. So in 2022, Puffy was worth $1 billion. And since that problem that he had with the Ciroc and everybody, with that problem that he had with Ciroc, with that problem that he had with a couple of other things, his portfolio dropped down to from $700 million to $150 million. And but anyway, so I'm trying to figure out or go back through as to what was going on with Sean Diddy Combs. I see that him and Cassie went to the Met Gala. Let me see. Give me one moment, y'all. I'm just looking to see because something had to happen. So he released a mixtape in 2015. Maybe because his status changed, he went from he was a top Forbes annual hip hop rich list. I knew something had to have happened in 2015 for all of this change in security. Y'all remember he was arrested because of that altercation when his son was playing football at UCLA. I knew something had to happen. Something was going on, y'all. I knew something was going on because in 2015 his everything became professional. Because this is what Mr. Kaplan had testified to. Mr. Kaplan testified that he had gotten rid of his other security team and hired a more professional security team. And so this is what I think is the reason why he hired the more professional security team. Because again, it was an altercation. You remember it had everything to do with that kettlebell. Y'all remember that? And wherever you all are watching me, make sure you hit that like button. Let's see what y'all got to say over here. Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, Gray. Good morning, Sam. Hello, hello. Is that Vicky TF? You're my Vicky TF. You are my lone Twitch person. Welcome, 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 welcome. So I remember now. So this is interesting because see, at this point, he had other people. Because again, let's be very clear, and we don't want to have to mince words. You know, everybody knew who Puffy was. Puffy did making of the band and all of this all different things. So everybody knew who Puffy was. But Puffy went to a different stratosphere. You know, once he started selling the Ciroc, because you remember when Puffy first started, he was the music mogul, he was a producer, he was an artist. Then he got Sean John. He was selling clothes and merch. And then when he got into the spirits business, he was selling the Ciroc. Those things started boosting up. Those things boosted up. And then with this incident, he started to have more eyes on him. And particularly, he was going back and forth internationally because, again, Puffy knew a lot of folk. And probably still does. He knows a lot of people. He was in a lot of different places, domestically and internationally. So the old security team, the old security team just wasn't going to be up to snuff anymore. He was going to need a professional team. Interesting. Here we go. I think we got a good amount of stuff that we could talk about. So the defense Agnifilo asked, what did Blue Flame do? Kaplan, marketing for Ciroc. They asked, what is Diageo? Kaplan, they own Johnny Walker and others. Mr. Cohn set up a marketing entity for Ciroc. Now, all of this was in 2015, y'all. The defense, your job, what was it? Kaplan, for example, Mr. Combs would say, we're going to leave the house. He meant 3 to 5 minutes. I had a checklist for the bags and the toiletries. It was a bad look on me if something wasn't in there. And we remember that David James basically said when they worked with Sean Diddy Combs, when they worked with him, it was that they had to make him look like a mogul. So he wasn't going to be worried about the little different things. That was their job to do. And so he was to make sure that all the things that Sean Combs needed on a day-to-day basis, it was their responsibility to get it. Whether it is, and it looks like whether it was legal or whether it was illegal, it was still his job to get that stuff out. It says there, is there a binder next to you? It says Southern District. He says, I'm handing you something to refresh your recollection. Take a look. Add it as long as you need to. It says here, you ran an off-site training, a graduate from Harvard Business School, also Kenny Burns. I remember. This is what Kaplan says. He says, you were effective, right? Kaplan, I worked hard. I don't know how you'll answer. Was it good or bad? And he answered, complicated. Interesting. Let's see if CNN has an update so we can get some information. It says Kaplan learned business lessons from Combs. He testified under cross-examination. The defense is now cross-examining Mr. Kaplan. The defense attorney asked Kaplan to expand on the positive things he said about his time working for Combs. He said, working for Mr. Combs made my world so much bigger in such a short period of time. And remember, I had said that at this point in time, Puffy knew, he knew a lot of people. Don't get me wrong. From the 90s and the 2000s, he knew a lot of people. But I think mostly in those particular years, his focus was on, in those particular years, his focus was in the music business. But now we see, as he switched into the 2010s, his focus was on international businesses. His focus was on liquor, the spirits. His focus was on international businesses and things like that. So we're looking at the fact that his world had expanded. Hey, everybody over here on TikTok. The former assistant said he still carries business lessons from Combs with him to this day and believes he wouldn't have had the jobs and success he's had he not worked for Mr. Combs. And again, if you all have watched my earlier streams, you remember I told you, and now I'm understanding that her name was Capricorn Jones. But y'all remember when that Making the Band situation was going on, and there was this documentary on about being Mr. Combs' assistant. And in that documentary, Capricorn Jones said, working for Diddy, you had to be so apt that you could negotiate business contracts because you knew as his assistant, as his executive assistant, what he needed, what he wanted at the same time. Because most of the people that leave his employment, they do go on to continue to have great jobs. Every last one of them has said that they've left and they have gone to a job that's of equal or better pay. So I'm quite sure that there was some positives, but it came at a price because you're sitting up here as an executive assistant, according to Mr. Kaplan and according to the other assistant, Mr. James. You are privy to fights, DV, and a whole lot of stuff. And that is just craziness. I'm just trying to make sure that you all over here at TikTok didn't have, if anybody was asking any questions. I'm just going through here to see. I missed a lot of hand waves. I apologize. And also, we're killing time, a little bit of time, because we are very caught up on what's going on in the so I didn't see any questions or anything like that. And if you have any questions on any of the sites that I'm streaming to, just leave it in the comment section, and I'll go back and I'll definitely try to answer as many questions as we can. So, and haven't y'all noticed that the assistants that he had, they don't last but a couple of years. They can only take like a couple of years of it, because even David James said he only worked 2 years. He worked from 2007 to 2009. And then this assistant worked from 2013 to 2015. And I'm unsure if they're going to have any more assistants or anything like that that's going to come up. But this is interesting. They don't work very long, because, again, that's too much. Because it's one thing. It's too much. It's one thing to work for somebody or work with somebody under normal circumstances. That's a high stressful situation. It's a total another thing to add DV and freak offs and all these other things that you got to do, and you got to be around and stuff like that. That's a whole nother situation. All right. Mr. Kaplan, former executive assistant to Sean Diddy Combs, listed some of the different businesses Combs was associated with, including Sean John, Revolt, Blue Fame, and Ciroc. He says, when you work with Mr. Combs, part of the job, whether you're close with him or not, he has an extremely infectious vibration, he testified. You're around him and you feel his excitement. And that is the thing that I think, that is the disconnect that people have with the what's going on with this particular case and the way the public sees Sean Diddy Combs. Because when you saw him on television, when you saw him in interviews, when you saw him in all of these different things, he gave you this, like he said, an infectious situation. Everybody was drawn to him. He always gave you a sense of you can be around him, you belong. He gave you all of these types of situations going on. All right. He gave you that kind of sense. So that's why it's so difficult for people then to turn around, in particular, if you were a business associate of his. Now, these people worked on a daily with Sean Combs, but if you were a business associate of his, hearing these types of allegations and things like that, they will boggle your mind. Because, again, when you saw him, he was dancing, he was moving, he was, he'll give you a big old hug. You'll see him when he's talking to people. He'll give you a big old hug, all of these different things. And this is what he portrayed. So then to hear him being juxtaposed to DV, excessive mood enhancers, guns and violence and stuff like that, everybody is kind of taken aback. Because, again, we're only privy to his public associations and how he presents himself in public. We're never presented with how he presented himself in private. And so I think that this is what gets hard to juxtapose of what's going on. And this is where we'll get to, and particularly, in our community, because we're very protective of our people, good, bad, or indifferent. And we all, because we know that society will try to dump on us, we're very protective of our people, to the point that we get blinded a lot of times on seeing what's going on. And even with this case, you'll have a lot of people talk about, oh, he's being railroaded. Oh, all of these things are happening because they don't want to see a black man succeed. We have all of these types of things going on. But again, we, the public, were never privy to how he interacts in private. And it's just like here on Now. I see about 40 of you all are on here. And you looking at me, and you can only go by how I present myself. But you don't know the personal side of him unless you interact with me in day-by-day situations. So it's pretty much the same thing here. And we have to get over this kind of cognitive dissonance about thinking that people can't have two and three sides of them. All right, let's see. We've got some updates. Okay, so former Assistant George Kaplan confirmed that he still remembers how badly he felt when Sean Diddy Combs spoke to him in certain ways. He says, "I'm a young man, and this is a god among men," describing their dynamic at the time. He said working for Combs was a once in a lifetime opportunity. And even though his moral compass pushed him to quit, he still wishes Combs well on his birthday every year on November 4th. What does that mean? Because a lot of y'all be into the astrology and we'll talk about behaviors and match them with their astrology sign and everything like that. What is it? What is that? Does anybody know off the top of their heads when you're born in November 4th? Oh, he's a Scorpio. And I know you all will probably come back and tell me, well, Scorpios are like this, that, and the third. All right. Says here, George Kaplan said that he was disappointed and saddened when he, hold on. Let's read it. Defense attorney Mark Aglifino confirmed with George Kaplan, a former executive assistant to Sean Diddy Combs, that Christina Coram, Combs' former chief of staff, she no longer works for him? KK? Have they shuttered the businesses? Combs' former chief of staff was disappointed and saddened when he told her about the violence he witnessed. Agnifilm confirmed with Kaplan that Coram wasn't indifferent and didn't endorse the violent behavior. Because it has been spoken, not in court, but out here in these streets, that KK was indifferent about the violence. Kaplan, when asked, said it was sad and the violence was horrible. But it was also sad, he said, because it compelled him to leave a job he liked and he was proud of. So interesting. He would have stayed had he not been made a party to the violence. All right, let's get back to Inner City Press. Let's get back to what they're talking about. And again, wherever you are, if you're here on TikTok, make sure you hit that screen to like it. If you're on Twitch, you do whatever it is you do over there. Here, hit the wallet, hit whatever it is you need to hit. On YouTube, please make sure you hit that like button and also subscribe. And if you're on any of these platforms, please come over to my YouTube channel, Pam Entertainment TV, and subscribe. Over here on X, please make sure that you're hitting that heart button. I really appreciate it. All right. Agnophilia. He didn't need to yell at you when you brought 2 waters, Kaplan. I worked hard. Agnophilia. Okay. Who was Biggie? Kaplan. A huge rapper who unfortunately passed away. Agnophilia. Wasn't Biggie's birthday a holiday at Combs Enterprise? Yes. Y'all, they had a Biggie day. They had a Biggie day. And if you're not familiar, Biggie, Notorious B.I.G., what was his name? What was his real name, y'all? Anyway, he was one of the first artists that was out there on Bad Boy. Well, he was the most successful artist on Bad Boy at the time. And he was a friend of Sean Diddy Combs, and he was pruned from the timeline back in 1997, with Tupac being pruned from the timeline a couple of years earlier. Man, 97, 95 and 97. Agnophilia. Was it a creative environment? Kaplan. Absolutely. It attracted all kinds of creative people, lawyers, musicians, advertising people. A few specific questions. You used a corporate credit card, Kaplan. Yes. I told y'all that was interesting. For him to go and use the corporate credit card to purchase items in assistance of a crime or to help cover a crime. And I know witch hazel doesn't seem to be such a big thing, but still, he's been paying cash before. Now he's using corporate credit cards. All right. How did Mr. Combs pay? Kaplan. KK held his wallet with the black Amex in it. Agnophilia. You have no reason to think he kept track of how baby oil was paid for. Kaplan. No reason. Agnophilia or applesauce. Kaplan. He loves applesauce. Child, he can request all of that, can't he? Uh-oh. Agnophilia. On cheeseburgers, Kaplan on everything. Oh, so he loves applesauce so much he puts it on everything. What are you saying? Diddy in the corner doing freak off sessions. Sam. You are a wild person. You are wild over here in X. You are wild over here on YouTube. Just wild. All right. Let's talk about the plane. You heard glass breaking. You didn't see it? Kaplan, I didn't see it. Agnophilia, the incident with Gina. You walked in the house and there was a thin table? Answer, I don't know. You don't remember how a person could get out of the gate at 2-Star Island? Kaplan, no. I just heard screaming and commotion. Agnophilia, screams of terror, or how can I open this gate? Kaplan, I don't know how to distinguish between the two. So we don't have anything else. So apparently, so Gina, who was being hit and pummeled with apples, it looks like she is not going to testify. So she must have been victim number 3, in which the prosecution could not find. Now, the rumor mill that's out here is the fact that they believe that Gina was paid off, but we don't know. I don't know that to be true. Not at all. So I don't know that to be true, but we do know that she is not testifying, because at one point she said she would, then another point said that she wouldn't. I am not sure, because she was supposed to have information about his behaviors, and particularly the violent behaviors. So I don't know. All right. So my people on TikTok, again, come follow us on my YouTube channel, which is Pam Entertainment TV. All one word. You can find it there. I should be live on. I'm live on there, because I'm getting ready to close out here on TikTok, because I don't see any questions. I do appreciate you all joining up. I will come back on TikTok after the lunch break. So y'all, again, over here on TikTok, please tell a friend, tell a kin, tell a coworker, tell that helper that you cannot stand that I'm over here making these videos over on YouTube at Pam Entertainment TV. Y'all come join me over there, or you can join me on X at Pam Entertainment TV. I'm over there on X as well. So come and join me over there. And again, I will see you all on TikTok after the lunch break. All right. All right. So basically, again, we're caught up. And if we're going to do this, let me see. All right, people, let me go back here. While we're waiting, because again, shout out to Nate the lawyer. This is his graphic. This is a listing of the indictment numbers, and that's in the superseding indictment. And then we have the listed crimes, and then these are the predicate charges from the RICO. So these are the crimes that they are lobbying against a Diddy, and this is on RICO what they would fall under. And as we've said before, I think the transportation of the people to participate in SEX in different states and overseas, I think that the prosecution has shown that that has happened. They had the initial escort to lay the foundation of that, and then they had the exotic dancer, and they had Cassie to corroborate that that's what had happened. Let's see. They had a bribery charge. I have to go back and check who I had figured out for that bribery charge. Hold on, y'all. The security guard. Um, I don't know if they're going to bring anybody else from the Intercontinental, but the security guard did talk about the fact that Sean Diddy Combs had tried to pay him 50 or 100K for the tape, and I guess maybe the broken vase. However, the defense did bring in the fact that the Intercontinental Hotel had paid out to Cassie $10 million. And let me see, because with, you know, it's kind of shaky about the bribery thing. However, the security guard did testify that he came back in 2 days, and that the video that we saw from CNN, and remember, he also recorded part of that video. He did come back and he said that and this is just my little document right here that we're looking at. He did say that because I'm trying to get a list of all the different witnesses that testify. You know me, because I have to have me a good PowerPoint every now and then. And so he did testify to that. So that goes on with the bribery charge. Daniel Phillips talked about the transportation and the drugs. Cassie talked about the transportation, possibly the forced labor, because again, Cassie was initially hired to be a recording artist, and then she just testified that her full-time job became the freak offs. The drugs and the conspiracy of arson, because she testified that they had a meeting with Kid Cudi, and Kid Cudi's car had blown up, and she kind of corroborated some of the bribery. And we have Dawn Richard. She just corroborated drug use. Carrie Morgan, Cassie's best friend. I think that they may have called her possibly for the bribery. David James, his testimony, I got possibly the forced labor. And I haven't added yesterday's witnesses and things like that. And I definitely will begin to add those later on. All right. Let's see if we've got some movement. All right. Agnophilia. He threatened your jobs, but did he physically threaten you? Kaplan, no. Agnophilia. You talked about Kim Porter. How she was different. Kaplan. His respect for her. They had incredible kids. Agnophilia, thank you. Agnophilia. When you set up a hotel room for Mr. Combs and Miss Porter, there was no baby oil, right? Kaplan, lotions. Agnophilia. You expressed caution about hotels while you cleaned the rooms afterward. Yes. Hotel staff could sell photos. Everyone wants a payday. Interesting. And it's a slight change, but it's still interesting, because it says here, when you set up hotel rooms for Mr. Combs and Miss Porter, there was no baby oil, right? He says lotions. A slight difference, but a different nonetheless. Interesting. So we don't have any more information. Let's go and see if CNN has two updates. Combs' staff, not the mogul himself, kept track of purchases, Kaplan says. Agnifilo questioned Kaplan on how expenses were handled for Mr. Combs. Kaplan previously testified that he paid for things for Combs or anything work-related on his corporate credit card. Kaplan said Combs never personally paid for something in the moment. Usually an assistant, like then Chief of Staff Kristen Coram. I thought she was still working for the enterprise, but I guess not. Would hold Combs' wallet, which held just a credit card and a license, Kaplan said. Combs' travel and excursions were always handled by employees, not Combs, Kaplan said. Agnifilo said Kaplan asked Kaplan whether there was any reason to think he was keeping track of baby oil purchases. And Kaplan said, definitely not, no. Kaplan said that his world was the size of the earth, Kaplan said, explaining that his boss was dealing at a high level with business situations around the world. And Combs had employees who dealt with the finer details of finances and ensured that Combs had whatever he wanted. To think that he knew where some of these things were coming from is unrealistic. Interesting point. That's an interesting point. So that might explain the copious amounts of baby oil and Astroglide, because think about it. They knew that he wanted to make sure things were there. So they may have bought 10 bottles in Ibiza and then turned around and bought 10 bottles in New York and then bought 10 bottles in Los Angeles and then bought 10 bottles in Miami. And so after you think about it, there's just copious amounts of all of this stuff because he expects for that stuff to be there. But still, he is directing them to purchase these things. And now after the 2015, and particularly we finding out that after 2015, he had that incident with the kettlebell. He's now hiring better security, more professional security. So the security is no longer, because remember when we heard from Kerry and we heard from David James that Puffy's old security was about that life. You had one that was trying to pull up on Suge Knight. You had other security, particularly telling like Don and telling David James to stay in their lane. So they were pretty much doing the security to me tells me that they were doing things beyond the scope of being just security agents. And so since they were doing things beyond the scope, I don't know if their position changed within the organization. And this is the reason why he started hiring professional security. I don't know if they coordinated things with the professional security team. But it's still interesting that all of this kind of switch happened around 2015. Ex-assistant said he took care of cleaning the hotel rooms after Combs left because he didn't trust the hotel staff. Now, he claims that he didn't, that again, we find out from this assistant, we find out from David James that he was very wary about how he was being perceived in the public. Because remember, David James said that he would clip articles, anything that had to do with Mr. Combs, he would clip those articles so that Mr. Combs could read to see what was going on in the public. Which then brings me to the fact that you remember when all of this started popping off, you remember before the Intercontinental tape popped off, you remember how he was talking about people were lying how he his trust in God and all of these little different things would show the people's lying, because you remember who he was putting around him at that point. You know, he had TD Jakes as his spiritual advisor. And let's be clear, a lot of these folks have run to TD James to be their spiritual advisor. You remember, you have Steve Harvey has done it. What's his name? Deion Sanders has done it. There's been those are the two that come off the top of my head, but there have been several people who have run to TD Jakes to be their spiritual advisor, and Sean Combs wasn't any different. So we see that his public image was very important to him. So can you imagine when that Intercontinental tape came out? And you remember that video that he did. And you remember how his let's see if we can pull this up real quick. Let me share this.
It's so difficult to reflect on the darkest times in your life.
Can y'all see this video? Because I see that I'm kind of freezing up a little bit, but I just want to make sure that y'all see this and hear this video. Y'all let me know real quick. Can y'all hear and see this video? Hello. Can y'all hear and see this video?
I was up. I mean, I hit rock bottom, but I made no excuses. My behavior on that video is inexcusable. I take full responsibility for my actions in that video. I'm disgusted. I was disgusted then when I did it. I'm disgusted now.
Were you really?
I went and I sought out professional help. I had to go into therapy, go into rehab.
Now, when he talked about the therapy and the rehab, remember they had asked, I think it was Cassie, about did she know that he had gone into a rehab in 2015? And I don't remember if she waffled. Thank you. Thank you, Pip. Thank you. You remember she had talked about they were saying that there was some video that they showed in court, I believe, about him being out somewhere amongst nature and stuff. But let's continue this.
I asked God for his mercy and grace.
Now, who is he looking at?
I'm so sorry. But I'm committed to be a better man each and every day. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm truly sorry.
I think he knew at that moment that he had effed up. I think he knew. I think that once that lawsuit that Cassie's got out into the zeitgeist and the feds got hold of it, because is it me? But I think that they probably were looking at Diddy anyway. Because again, we do know that people in the entertainment business, people in any of those things, once you start, you've done something. That's why I was saying, I've said before and I'll say it again. If you have proclivities, but the job that you do requires that your reputation needs to be in a certain manner, you need to figure out whether you want to continue those proclivities or figure out how to maintain those proclivities. And that's the thing that he did not do. Because I say public, but I do recognize and understand that the people that worked for him, he considered them to be employees, but still, I consider that to be, hold on. I consider that to being in the public eye. And when your employees see you be violent with the person who was supposed to be one of your significant others, let's check on if there's any more. And let's get back up here. We're going to be talking. We see that there's a couple of there's a good amount of information coming through. And remember, there's a slight difference. I'm wondering, because we won't know because Gina is not going to be testifying. But interesting that Mr. Combs, Miss Porter required lotions. Y'all see that? Required lotions versus everyone else with the Johnson's baby oil. So let's continue. He's still under cross with Agnifilio. You sent him a photo of him and Kim Porter, Kaplan, after she died. I was heartbroken for him. Agnifilio, you were close. I invited him to my wedding. I didn't hear back. Agnifilio addressing surprised look. So Kaplan invited Diddy to his wedding. Now, why would Agnifilio object? That's interesting within itself. What do y'all think? That's interesting within itself. Hold on, y'all. My mic is a little loose. I'm trying to find something to. There. Good gracious alive. All right. Agnifilio, you respected him? Kaplan, yes. Agnifilio, what's this a photo of? Kaplan, me, KK, and Mr. Combs at Teterboro Airport. He just got the jet. That's why there's champagne. Agnifilio, you're happy there, right? Kaplan, no. Refresh it. It's that I was glad I found the mascara in the back seat. Wait a minute. He said he found the mascara in the back seat. Oh, here we go. Says Agnifilio. They found you and subpoenaed you? Kaplan, I had to retain counsel right away. Agnifilio, no further questions. Judge, redirect. Prosecution. Which incidents shook you? The plane with Cassie and the apples with Gina. Kaplan, I felt guilty. I didn't do anything after the incident with Cassie on the plane. Prosecution, but you didn't see any injuries? Kaplan, people can be injured without injuries being visible. The tonality and tension with the apples he threw at Gina was troubling. And I've said that before. We don't get to hear the tone and the cadence of the prosecution or the defense. We're having to get what everyone is saying. This is why I would love to have at least the audio so that we can at least hear the tone and the tonality and the cadence of the prosecution and the defense. Prosecution. You told Miss Coram about both incidents? Kaplan, yes. And I told her I'm unwilling to stand behind the behavior, that I was quitting. What did Christina say? Did Christina say she would quit? Kaplan, no. How long did she stay after you told her? Kaplan, until recently. Because she was still working with Diddy when he even after the raid. Y'all remember? Because there were pictures coming out of them being on the dock. And she was still there even after the raid. Interesting. And here's an interesting tweet by Lawyer Duck, trying to show Kim Porter's kids that Diddy didn't do freak-offs with their late mother. Very good touch, not for legal purposes. And that's why I was saying that little simple thing up here when he was talking about, the little simple thing of saying that he got lotions instead of baby oil, since now that we have associated, those of us in the public have associated baby oil with the freak-offs. It was a simple touch. And I mentioned that, like, oh, that's interesting that he switched it up and said lotions. I'm going to give him a little click because I noticed that too. Someone said, nice try. He performed violence on Kim and cheated on her too. Yeah. They must be getting ready for Al B. Sure. I don't know if Al B. Sure is going to be called as a witness. Oh, they got Kid Cudi. But let's go back. Hold on, y'all. Let me go over here to CNN. Because, baby, so he's back on redirect. They got, oh, Lord, let me show y'all what I see. So here's Kid Cudi coming in, smoking his cigarette. Cha. But let's finish up what he says across examine of is finished. Prosecution is back up for redirect. Comey asked why the plane incident shook him up if he didn't see injuries on Cassie afterward. Kaplan says, in my hearts of hearts, I told myself I knew what was happening and I felt an element of guilt to not be stopping it, Kaplan said. People can be injured all the time without injuries being visible. He also said that the, quote, Apple incident between Combs and one of Combs' other girlfriends also scared him. Kaplan said that the tension and anger in the room was scary, he said, and I had never seen or been part of anything like this. Ex-assistant maintains respect for Combs despite witnessing abuse. George Kaplan, a former executive assistant to Sean Diddy Combs, confirmed that he has reached out to Combs since he stopped working for him. He sent Combs a text in 2018 after Kim Porter, the mother of some of Combs' children, passed away. And in part, it said, I love you. I was heartbroken for him, Kaplan testified. So we're basically hearing, and Cassie testified to it too, that Kim Porter was the person that he had the more respect for. Now, it is rumored that he had caused issues and problems with her too, but she's the one that he had more respect for. It says here, I was heartbroken for him. Another term, he reached out to Combs and invited him to his wedding, but he didn't hear back. He says he acknowledged that he still has respect for Combs as he testifies as his criminal trial, describing it as a complicated relationship. Child, it's complicated. He was your boss. He was your boss's boss. He also confirmed that the abuse he witnessed shook him tremendously. So again, the defense even though the defense has always acquiesced that Sean Combs participated in DV, they have acquiesced to that. But let's get to this Kid Cudi testimony. So, next witness. Prosecution, we call Scott Muscudi. Kid Cudi takes the witness stand in a leather jacket, white shirt, and blue jeans. Prosecution. What did you do for work? Muscudi. I'm an actor and musician known as Kid Cudi. Who is this? They show him a photo. He says, Cassie. He says that we dated in 2011. She said, who else was she involved with? Muscudi. Sean Combs. Prosecution. What did you know about their status? Muscudi. That she and Combs had some problems and they weren't dating anymore. Prosecution. In December 2011, did law enforcement respond to your home? Muscudi. Yes, I had a break-in. Cassie called me at 5:30 or 6 a.m. She said that Sean Combs had found out about us. She asked me to pick her up, so I did. Yeah. Why? Muscudi. She was worried. Prosecution. What was her demeanor? Muscudi. Very stressed and worried. So let's go back because we got to marinate on some of this, because again, he is a witness that's going to be tying the arson. So let's go back. Prosecution. In December 11th, 2011, did law enforcement respond to your home? He said, yes, I had a break-in. He said, Cassie called me at 5:30 or 6 a.m. She said that Sean Combs had found out about us. She asked me to pick her up, so I did. Prosecution, why? Cudi, because she was worried. What was her demeanor? He says, very stressed and worried. Where did you go? He says, the Sunset Marquee. Why? I thought it was safe, off the radar. We're gonna take this. Take this left. So this is in West Hollywood. The Sunset Marquis is in West Hollywood. Let's see. So they have villas and suites. I thought maybe they'd show some pictures. Yeah, here we go. They don't show the front of the hotel? I'm sorry, I was just looking, trying to give them an opportunity to give us some more tweets and texts before we go on. Who else did you speak with? Miss Gutty, Capricorn Clark. She sounded near tears. What did she say? That Sean Combs in the car near my house. Brian Steele, objection. Judge, overruled. So let me get this straight. He had a break-in at his home. He gets a frantic call from Cassie. He knows about us. He knows about us. Diddy knows about us. Diddy knows about us. Now, from what he said in his earlier testimony, Cassie told Kid Cudi that she was no longer dating Diddy. Because I think this was the time that he found the burner phone. If I'm not mistaken, y'all let me know. Let me know if that's what I remember. There was the burner phone that he found. So he then checked her in. They checked in at the Sunset Marquis. And then he talked to Capricorn Clark. Okay. He said, Capricorn Clark, she sounded near tears. Prosecution, what did she say? Cudi, that Sean Combs in the car near my house. Brian Steele, objection. We're going to get more clarity when we go back to CNN to see what they say. The judge overruled. Prosecution, did you call Sean Combs? Cudi, I did. He said, I'm over here waiting for you. Oh, so they were in front of his home that was where the car burnt down. Is that what I'm reading? Is that what you all are interpreting? Let me read that over again. They said, prosecution, who else did you speak with? Cudi, Capricorn Clark. She sounded near tears. Prosecution, what did she say? That Sean Combs was in the car near my house. Right. Brian Steele, objection, overruled. Did you call Sean Combs? I did. He said, I'm over here waiting for you. So that means that they were over at his house. It was a good thing, y'all. It was a good thing that he had the foresight to leave there and go to the Sunset Marquis. When you arrived, what did the outside look like? Miss Cudi, pretty normal. Any security camera? He says, yes, but I found out that they were not working. But the security cameras had been moved. Prosecution, did you move them? No. What did you see inside your home? Miss Cudi, gifts were working. Some stuff I got open from some stuff I got from Chanel, and my dog was locked up in the bathroom. How did you usually leave your dog? Muscati, I let him roam. So they were in his house. Y'all, my heart is beating so fast. Y'all, they went into his home. They opened his gifts. They locked his dog in the bathroom. How long had you had your dog? Cuddy, 3 years. What changes were behavior of your dog after the break-in? Muscati, jittery, on edge all of the time. Let me find out they did something to that puppy. Not like I'm finna do anything, but really. Yeah. Okay. Muscati, I got back in and called Sean Combs again. I was looking for him. I wanted to fight him, you know. Did he answer? Yeah. He said, I'm on my way. He said, I thought to myself, Combs' objection. Judge grounds, not responsive. The judge overruled it. Oh my gosh. Judge asked a new question. When you saw Cassie, how did she seem? Muscati, depressed. Did you see Cassie in Connecticut? Muscati, yes, she needed it. So in other words, she needed to be with her folks or be with the things. Okay, Cuddy. Did Mr. Combs call you? Muscati, yeah, he hit me a few times. Hit? Muscati, he called me. What did you say? That I did not want to talk with him. He broke into my house and hurt my dog. Did you and Miss Ventura break up? Miss Cuddy, yes. What about your car? My dog's babysitter called me and told me that my car was on fire. Oh, suck. Let's see what CNN has to say. Kid Cudi, did I change? No. Kid Cudi says he knew Ventura and Combs had some problems when he first started dating her. Kid Cudi, who described himself as an actor and musician when asked, identified Cassie's Ventura in a photo. He says they were friends and they briefly dated. He said they met around 2008 and they dated around 2011. He said that when Cudi and Ventura first started dating, he said he understood that she and Combs had some problems and that they were not dating anymore. Rapper Kid Cudi said in December 2011, he received a call from Cassie Ventura around 6 a.m. and she told him that Combs had found out that they were dating. Kid Cudi said that he was confused when she said that because he didn't think that she was still dating Combs. She asked me to pick her up, Kid Cudi said. She sounded really stressed on the phone, nervous, scared, so I went to go pick her up. He said okay. Cudi testified that after he picked up Cassie Ventura in December 2011, they went to a nearby hotel and spoke on the phone with Capricorn Clark, one of Sean Diddy Combs' employees. Clark seemed very scared, sounded like she was on the verge of tears. So Capricorn Clark is going to have to come and testify because she's going to have to corroborate what's being said. Kid Cudi said. Clark told the two that Combs and an associate were inside Kid Cudi's house, and she was in a car outside waiting for them, Kid Cudi testified. She was forced to go along with them over there, he added. So this fool went into this man's house and then moved the security cameras so you couldn't see him going in. I wonder who else he went in with. Because surely it had to be one of his old security people. Again, Clark told the two that Combs and an associate, because this is important, who was the associate? Now, the rumor mill, it was one of those security guards. I don't know if it was D-Rock or Aunt Polly or the other guy. I don't know who that was. Were inside Kid Cudi house. And then they went inside. They opened his Chanel gifts, and then they put his dog in the bathroom. And she was in a car outside waiting for them, Kid Cudi testified. She was forced to go along with them over there, which was interesting. On the way back to his house from the hotel, Kid Cudi said he called Combs. When Kid Cudi asked Combs if he was in his house, Combs said, "I just want to talk to you." He says, "I'm on my way. I'll be right down," Kid Cudi said. "I'm over here waiting for you," Combs replied, according to Kid Cudi. Kid Cudi continued to describe his return to his home on December 11th after meeting Cassie at a hotel, and after Ventura told him Sean Diddy Combs found out that Kid Cudi and Ventura had been dating. The outside his house seemed pretty normal, but he later realized that his security cameras had been moved, Kid Cudi testified. He had not moved them, he said. Inside the house, some gifts he had bought for his family were opened and on the kitchen counter, he said. His dog was locked in the bathroom, but he had not shut the dog in there before he left, Kid Cudi testified. So they broke into his house. Rapper Kid Cudi testified he spent the holidays with Cassie at her family's home in Connecticut. Combs texted him a couple of times while he was there, Kid Cudi said. "I guess he was in the dark about things and wanted to talk, but at that point, post break-in, I didn't want to talk," Kid Cudi testified. He said, I quote, "You broke into my house. You messed with my dog. I don't want to talk to you." Kid Cudi said he called the police after the apparent break-in. Kid Cudi said that after he returned to his home, he called Sean Diddy Combs again, asking where he was. Combs said he was on his way, Cudi testified. "I wanted to confront him. I wanted to fight him," Kid Cudi said. Kid Cudi said he then decided to call the police. He recalled thinking at the time, "I don't know who he has with him, and I don't know what his intentions are." Kid Cudi said he filed a police report that day about the apparent break-in. All right. So I'll reread this. So it says here, the prosecution asked, "What did you say?" Cudi, "That I didn't want to talk with him. He broke into my house, hurt my dog." "Did you and Miss Ventura break up?" Kid Cudi, "Yes." "What about your car?" "My dog's babysitter called me and told me my car was on fire." "Where were you?" "At a relative of my ex-girlfriend." So they had gone to Connecticut together. "Where did you go?" "No, they were at a okay. To my house." And he gave the address. "Let me show you 6 pictures. Do you recognize?" Cudi, "My Porsche." "He burnt his Porsche?" Cudi says, "That's the damage to my Porsche from the Molotov cocktail." "Who took these photos?" "Chip, a good friend and collaborator." "What's depicted here?" "The hole they cut in the roof of my car to put in the Molotov cocktail." This is too much. This is too much. What was your reaction to your car being set on fire? Cuddy, what the F? So the defense objected to him saying that, and the judge said overruled. And so they're on break right now. Let us go back to CNN. All right. Jury sees photos of Kid Cudi's car after it was damaged in a 2011, right? No, 2012 fire. One morning in January 2012, Kid Cudi said his dog watcher called him from his home to tell him that his car was on fire. Because at that I guess he needed somebody to watch his dog after that point, because I'm quite sure that dog had separation anxiety from that mess that when the people breaking in 2011. He said that he was at his ex-girlfriend's sister's house at the time, about 45 minutes away. His friend sent him photos of his damaged car in his driveway before he got there. He said the jury is now reviewing those photos. On the witness stand, Kid Cudi described the photos as the damage of the Molotov cocktail in my Porsche. He says, it looks like the top of my Porsche was cut open, and then that's where the Molotov cocktail was put in. And y'all, they are on a break at this time. So let me do this. I need to do a little break myself. So I'm going to leave you all with some tunes. As I go, and I will come back, okay? Give me one moment. All right. Thank you so much for waiting. I had to take my own little break and come back. So let's do this. Let me check to make sure that they haven't come back, and they have not. But we are. We do see Kid Cudi here. Child, he had to take him a little puff of that cigarette. Because this is about to be too much. Because it's already too much for me. This is already too much. I done had me a cup of coffee. Now I'm trying to do my little, what is this? The A1 greens, whatever this is. This is too much. All right, let me get back to y'all. Okay, so CNN, as we're waiting, let's see. What is this? Somehow we've lost some stuff. I have. Okay. So we're on a break. So let's look at this video while we're on this break from CNN. We're going to look at this video, and then we're going to react and talk about this video too. But prior to doing that, Here's my copyright disclaimer. We're going to be using this for educational purposes and reviewing. We have to put that up because I don't want anyone to say that I was using this particular video as my own. So let's start. Let's see what the experts are saying. Hello, hello. The court is on break at this time.
University of Maryland Global Campus believes in students. You can get credit for life and job experience that translated to coursework and helps cut down the cost of school. The UMGC helped me become a highly attractive candidate in the job market.
Sean Diddy Combs' former girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, just wrapped up 4 days of powerful, grueling testimony in his federal sex trafficking and racketeering.
Okay, I thought this was a newer video, but this is not a newer video. Sorry about that. I just assumed that it was a newer video. So currently the jury is on break. So let's go back. Let's go back. Let's go back. Let's go back. Let's go back to Kid Cudi's testimony. We're going to go back to Kid Cudi's testimony. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Kid Cudi, whose legal name is Scott Mescudi, is on the stand. Prosecutor Emily Johnson will question him. Kid Cudi walked down the center aisle to the witness stand. Sean Diddy Combs was facing forward, and the two did not make eye contact. I bet he didn't. Cudi said he knew Ventura and Combs had some problems when he first started dating her. Kid Cudi, who describes himself as an actor and musician, when asked, identified Cassie Ventura in a photo. He said that they were friends and briefly dated. He said he met her around 2008 and they dated around 2011. And that corroborates the testimony that Cassie gave a few days ago. Hold on. Hey, glad you're here. Glad you're here, because this today is some serious stuff, and I'm going to go right back over everything that we just went over while the court is on break. Kid Cudi, who describes himself as an actor and musician, when asked, identified Cassie Ventura in a photo. Now, remember, Cassie's testimony is that she dated Kid Cudi, she met Kid Cudi, and they were friends and they were dated. She also said that they were doing music together. I think they met in a recording session or something like that. He was assisting her with music. So this is new testimony that we're getting from Kid Cudi, but also he is corroborating the stuff that Cassie said earlier. When Kid Cudi and Ventura started dating, he said he understood that she and Sean Combs had some problems and they weren't dating anymore. And I want us to be careful about this right here, because you remember what the expert said, that it will take a few times before these people will sever all ties. Because remember, and I may say this to ad nauseum, Cassie was under a 10-album deal with Bad Boy Entertainment. So Sean was making sure that even if he did not have personal access to her, he was going to make sure that there was some professional access to her. Because you remember, Cassie testified. We haven't got the corroboration back with her management. But Cassie testified that every time that she left or tried to leave, they would bribe her to come back. Your album is not going to be released as you. Your video is not going to be made. All of these things were going on. So even when she was, excuse me, y'all, even when she was able to leave, there was always ways that he would draw her back in. Now, let's continue. Rapper Kid Cudi said in December 2011, he received a call from Cassie Ventura around 6 a.m. and she told him Combs had found out that they were dating. Kid Cudi said that he was confused when she said that because he didn't think that she was still dating Combs. She asked me to pick her up, Kid Cudi said. She sounded really stressed on the phone, nervous, scared, so I went to go pick her up. Kid Cudi testified that after he picked her up in 2011, they went to a nearby hotel, the Sunset Marquis, and he spoke on the phone with Capricorn Clark. Now, you remember, I've talked about Capricorn Clark ad nauseum because she was one of the people that was on a documentary talking about how you could be a good assistant to Sean Diddy Combs. And wasn't that a reality show or something? Anyway, but she was the person that was talking about to be a good assistant, you had to always anticipate the needs. Now, I don't know what she and Sean, maybe they were meeting because you remember she went from being an assistant to being an executive. So I don't know exactly what they were meeting about. But she called Kid Cudi to let him know that they were outside in his home, her, Sean Diddy Combs, and another associate, which is telling me that it was one of those bodyguards. Or another assistant. Clark seemed, quote, very scared and sounded like she was on the verge of tears, Kid Cudi said. Clark told the two that Combs and an associate, this is going to be key, because the arson is part of the RICO. If they can show this, plus they've already kind of shown the bribery, he may be gone on the RICO. But this is the key one. Because again, if he's using his enterprise, his bad boy entertainment company, and he's using the employees or having the employees carry out illegal activity. It is illegal activity when you break into someone's home. It is illegal activity when you burn someone's car up. Let's continue. Clark told the two that Combs and an associate were inside Kid Cudi's house and that she was in a car outside waiting for them, Kid Cudi testified. She was forced to go along with them over there. Interesting. Could that be because she knew Kid Cudi? Could that be that they thought that she would be someone that could get Kid Cudi to answer the door? So clearly her and Kid Cudi had some sort of relationship, even if it was just professional, because she had his telephone number. Can you imagine this scene? Had Cassie not called him to tell him that he knows? On the way back to his house from the hotel, Cudi said he called Combs. When Kid Cudi asked Combs if he was in his house, Combs said, "I just want to talk to you. I'm on my way. I'll be right down," Kid Cudi said. Excuse me. He said Combs responded, "I'm over here waiting for you," according to Kid Cudi. He said that got sneezes. Kid Cudi continued to describe his return to his home in December 2011 after meeting Cassie Ventura at a hotel, and after Ventura told him Sean Diddy Combs found out about Kid Cudi and that him and Ventura had been dating. Kid Cudi had testified that a Combs employee told him by phone that Combs and an associate was inside Kid Cudi's home, and that was Capricorn Clark. Outside of his house seemed pretty normal upon his return, but he later realized that his security cameras had been moved. This fool messed with the man's security cameras to the point that they moved it from a position where he couldn't, but he said he didn't move them. He said inside the house. Now, this is what's telling. Because remember, Kid Cudi called Sean Diddy Combs, and Sean Diddy says, I'm at the home waiting on you. Outside of his home seemed pretty normal. He said inside of his home, some gifts that he had bought for his family were opened and on the kitchen counter. So Diddy and this associates, this foolish man, because this is around the holidays, y'all. This is December. This is around the holidays. His disrespectful tail gonna open this man's gifts for his family. Because he's pissed off that Cassie is dating him. Here's this thing. Was Peter called? Was there any problems with the dog? He said, we're opening on the kitchen counter. He said his dog was locked in the bathroom, but he had not shut his dog in there before. And I'm sorry, you can't make me believe that he was gentle with that puppy. The dog was 3 years old at the time, but you can't make me believe that he was gentle. Kid Cudi said he called the police after the apparent break-in. He said after he returned to his home, he called Sean Diddy Combs again and asked him where he was. Combs said he was on his way. So he was just playing games, in my opinion, and this is what I mean. So Capricorn Clark had already notified Kid Cudi that Sean Diddy Combs and an associate was inside of his house, and she was on the outside of his house. So she saw him go in. Now, they didn't make any reference to how they got into the home. Did they break the door down? They didn't. They didn't make any reference for that. And so after he got in, and after he called, and after Kid Cudi said that he was on his way, they left. Because it was never about him confronting Kid Cudi. Because remember, Sean Diddy Combs has a history of intimidation. This was testified to by Dawn when she said after they saw Diddy attack Cassie, he comes back later and made insinuations like if you do anything, people come up missing. And so now we see that he has a pattern of this intimidation factor. So he goes in, moves this man's security cameras. He goes in and disrespectfully opens this man's Christmas gifts for his family, because his whole point, he was never going to come face to face with Kid Cudi one-on-one. He just wanted that intimidation factor. And apparently that intimidation factor didn't work out because Kid Cudi called the police. So then what happens? Kid Cudi says he ignored Combs' text after the alleged break-in. Rapper Kid Cudi testified that he spent the holidays with Cassie Ventura at her home in Connecticut, her family's home in Connecticut. He said that, so the break-in and the intimidation factor of, hey, I know how to get to you. I can get into your house and do whatever at all different times. That didn't fly with Kid Cudi because he went on to spend the holidays with Cassie and her family. So what does Sean Diddy Combs do? He goes back to what he's known to do. He's calling and texting, because I'm pretty sure not only was he calling and texting Kid Cudi, but he probably was calling and texting Cassie Ventura at the time too. Because that intimidation didn't work. Kid Cudi still went to go spend the holidays with Cassie and her family. Because if I'm not mistaken, I believe Kid Cudi is from the New York area. All right. Rapper Kid Cudi testified he spent the holidays with Cassie Ventura at her home in Connecticut. Combs texted him a couple of times while he was there, Kid Cudi said. I guess he was in the dark about things and wanted to talk. But at that point, post break-in, I didn't want to talk, Kid Cudi testified. You broke into my house. You messed with my dog. I don't want to talk with you. I don't blame you. Then the jury sees photos of Kid Cudi's car after it was damaged. And it says one morning, now he couldn't get to him in December like he wanted to. So now while Kid Cudi is wherever he's at, he gets a call from his dog watcher telling him that his car, his Porsche, is on fire. He said he was at his ex-girlfriend's sister's house at the time. So does Cassie have a sister? I thought Cassie just had a brother. So this must be another girlfriend. And he was about 45 minutes away. He said his friend sent him photos of his damage sent him photos of his damaged car in his driveway before he got there, he said. And the jury is looking at those photos. And on the witness stand, Kid Cudi described the photos as the damage of a Molotov cocktail in my Porsche. He said it looks like the top of his hair. So he must have had a cloth covered top. He must have had like a drop top. And it says the top of his Porsche was cut open. And that's where the Molotov cocktail was put in. All right. Kid Cudi said his Porsche could not be salvaged after the damage following the fire. He said law enforcement found a Molotov cocktail in the driver's seat. So you know that the bomb squad and all this other stuff was called to this. But once he arrived at his home, it was just kind of burnt up on the ground near the vehicle. When asked his reaction to the incident, Kid Cudi deadpan responded, "What the F?" Prosecutor says team is on track to call all of the witnesses they planned for today. Comey said George Kaplan's cross took 3 times as long as the prosecutors anticipated, but she said that she thinks they'll go through the witness they expected to call today by the end of the day. So Kid Cudi is back in the witness box. So let's go to Inner City Press. All right, here we go with Inner City Press. Says here, Judge, will you finish the witnesses of today? Prosecution, yes. Though the cross of Mr. Kaplan was 3 times long than we thought. Jury entering. Prosecution. So Kid Cudi is back on the stand. Was the damage on your car present before the call from the dog sitter? Kid Cudi, no. Prosecution, do you think it was accidental or intentional? Cudi, intentional. Prosecution, where did you last see Miss Ventura? Kid Cudi, at the Soho house. I'd reached out to Sean Combs and said, let's talk. This is getting out of hand. This is the corroborating testimony from what Cassie said earlier. that they met. And she said from that point that she broke up with Kid Cudi because she did not want him to be hurt. Combs. This is Brian Steele. Can we have a sidebar? Judge says, do you have an objection? Mr. Steele said, yes. Judge says, sustain, disregard, and move on. Prosecution. Who set up the meeting at Soho House? Kid Cudi, D-Rock, and my manager. So let me see. I was trying to see if we can get this to be okay. Accept. Hold on, y'all. I was trying to get to you all. I was going to show that these are pictures from the Soho House, but they don't. It's not allowing me to get bigger pictures. Let me see. Yeah, it's not allowing for me to make bigger picture. It says here the Soho warehouse is set in a former storage facility turned recording studio built in 1916, featuring street art from surrounding area. And you can apply for a membership, $787.50 per quarter. But this is what it looks like. I'm just kind of highlighting some of the pictures. These are just some of the pictures. So I imagine they were in here eating and reading. Seems like a pretty space. It's got so it's like a hotel too. Okay, these are better pictures. So you see the Dean Street Townhouse, Chichonis, Kettner's, Cafe Boheme. I guess maybe this is the front part of it. So it's a nice use of space. But let's get back. I just want us to always have like a clearer vision of what we're looking at, because I'm a visual person. I need to see what we're looking at. So D-Rock, who was one of Diddy's bodyguards, and his manager set up this meeting. So the prosecution said, what was Mr. Combs doing? Kid Cudi, standing there like a Marvel supervillain. So Miss Cudi says, he said, we were homies. That's my girl. Prosecution said, what did you say? Kid Cudi says, I thought you had broken up. Then Sean Combs offered me water twice. Interesting. It was weird. Sean Combs being so calm. Prosecution, what did Cassie say? That we have fallen in love, things happen. What did you say to Mr. Combs? What about my car? He says, I don't know what you're talking about. Kid Cudi, I walked away. Did you see Cudi? Prosecution, did you see Sean Combs later? Cudi, a few years later, also at the Soho House. He said, I'm just sorry for all that BS. I was surprised, so I found peace with it. Prosecution, no further questions at this time. All right, we finna get into the cross-examination because Brian Steele has been chomping at the doggone bit to talk to him. All right, Judge, Mr. Steele. All right. Steele, I want to ask you some questions about your Porsche in 2022. Miss Gutty, 2012. Steele, I apologize. You get a call about the damage to your vehicle. Any surveillance footage? Cuddy, no. My dog's babysitter did send me pictures of the damage. Steele, the DNA taken. Are you aware it came back being a female? Prosecution, objection, no foundation. Judge, sustained. Interesting. Steele, because they said an associate, they didn't say who. Do you know that there were DNA results? Judge, I will allow that. Kid Cuddy, no. So is he trying to presume or say? Do you think Steele and them were trying to say because that there were the DNA was female, that possibly, now this is just me speculating. I don't have no foundation or nothing. I'm just speculating. They said female. So there's a level of cross. You think they were trying to say that Diddy made Cassie put the Molotov cocktail in the car? What are they trying to say? But let's come back. Steele. Let's see if we can. Okay, good. Mr. Ventura told you it was over. Cuddy, we just stopped talking. Steele, you told this honorable court and this jury that she played you. Cuddy, yes. Steele, she played you and you had no clue. Cuddy, no clue. Okay, Brian Steele. Okay, Brian Steele. Okay. You got a point in. You got your point in. You got your point across. You got your point across. Because we had said earlier about the thing that, anyway, Brian still got his point across. I like that touch. You told this honorable court and this jury that she played you. Yes, she did. He didn't have no clue. Steele, in 2011, you went on tour. Cuddy, yes. Steele, 65 locations. Cuddy, yeah. At that time, Sean Combs as an icon is an icon, fair to say? Cuddy, yes. Steele, you and Miss Ventura had an intimate relationship. Prosecution, objection. They went into a sidebar. After sidebar, Miss Cuddy said, Mr. Steele, I can, and then it stopped, and the judge says, no, you can do that on redirect. Steele, do you want to tell me something? Miss Cuddy, Sean Combs asked about me doing a song with Miss Ventura in 2010. Steele, thank you. So here down here, lawyered up says, female DNA, tell me more. Hold on. Let's see. Sorry, y'all. I just had to post that. All right, let's see what CNN has. All right. Okay, we read that. All right. Kid Cudi described the meeting with Combs. Kid Cudi is now testifying about the meeting he set up with Sean Diddy Combs after his car was damaged. He said when he first walked into the meeting, he was alone with Combs. He said, quote, Sean Combs was standing there staring out the window with his hands behind his back like a Marvel supervillain. I will be forever tickled. I will be forever tickled. We discussed pretty much the whole story about how me and Cassie first started to date, to what it was and how it ended, he testified. Kid Cudi said he told Combs that he had taken Ventura's word when she told him that she and Combs was over. On cross-examination, Kid Cudi testified that when his relationship with Cassie Ventura ended, they just stopped talking after being in contact almost every day for about a year. She played you, right? Defense attorney Brian Steele asked. Kid Cudi said yes. Combs' calm demeanor off-putting. He apologized years later for past incidents. So Kid Cudi described Sean Combs' calm demeanor during the meeting as off-putting. Simple, because he knew that at that point that he had gotten Cassie back in the fold, and he was just wanting to kind of verify that Kid Cudi wasn't going to be bothered with her anymore. And if I was Kid Cudi, I wouldn't be bothered with her either. This is just too much. It's just too much. And then also too, because now, gentlemen, you all let me know if I'm reaching over here. But also too, it gives the appearance that Combs is kind of smitten with her, and he will do and go above board just to be with Cassie. Now, we all know that Cassie position in Sean Diddy's life is Kim Porter, Sarah, Gina, somebody else than her. So her positioning in the roster was down low, but she still was on the roster, as you all say it. But let's continue. He said, I was upset to find that she had kind of went back to him. When Cassie and Ventura arrived at the meeting, she explained that we fell in love and things just happened, he said. When Kid Cudi asked Combs about his car, he responded, I don't know what you're talking about. Kid Cudi pulled his hand out of a shank and Combs asked him what was wrong. He says, wait, I thought we were cool, he recalled. He confirmed with Combs that his word was that he didn't have anything to do with the damage of Kid Cudi's Porsche. Kid Cudi and Combs ran into each other again at the Soho House in 2015. Combs, who was there with his daughter, pulled Kid Cudi aside and apologized. He said, man, I just want to apologize for everything and all that BS, Kid Cudi recalled Combs saying. Kid Cudi testified he found peace with the situation with Combs after that. That was the last thing I expected to get from him. During cross-examination, Kid Cudi said we wanted to clarify that he believed Sean Diddy Combs asked him to do a song with Cassie Ventura in 2010 rather than 2011. The first time Ventura spoke to him about her relationship with Combs was around Thanksgiving of 2010, Kid Cudi testified. He says, that's when she started telling me she was having problems. Y'all talk about messy. Messy. Hold up, y'all. All right. Because they should be going to lunch pretty soon. Okay. Still, you believe they left your front door unlocked? Cuddy, yes. Still, no forced entry? Cuddy, no. Just presence open door in the bathroom. I'm not belittling, just asking. You called Sean Combs? Cuddy, yeah. Was he calm? Yes. Combs. Steele. You went to see him, didn't you? You didn't think he had a gun? Cuddy, I couldn't call it. Steele. You're a strong person. Is that how you categorize yourself? Yeah, this crossed the line. Steele. Miss Ventura told you she was abused? Cuddy, yes. So we don't have any more information at this point. I think we are pretty much caught up. Kid Cudi confirms that there was no damage to his home after the apparent break-in. Kid Cudi testified about the 2011 incident in which he said Sean Diddy Combs told him that he was inside his house, confirmed that there was no damage to his home after the apparent break-in. He said Combs didn't threaten him when they spoke that day. Good thing calmer heads prevailed. All right. I still want to go look at, because we're just going to wait, but I still want to look at the so the Soho House is a club. It's like a membership club. And we need to see the one. Let's go back. We want to see the one in Los Angeles. So this is the one in Los Angeles. I really don't like how they have it. I'm sorry, y'all. Because I really would love to just get a bigger visual about this. So here's a restaurant. Here is the pool area. Here's another restaurant. Here is this video. This looks like the Los Angeles skyline. Is that it? It still looks nice. Huh. All right, gives us a bigger picture, but it's still not. So David Harvey Incorporated. So all of this is the Soho House. These are the restaurants. These look like some of the rooms because apparently you can stay at the Soho House. Here's another rooftop version. Let's look at the bedrooms. Here's what some of the bedrooms look like. Pretty, nice usage of space, nothing to, write home about, but still. So this must be a small bedrooms. Okay, so that's how they have the cozy. Then they have a small. Then they have a medium corner, big, large. The large is 975 square feet. Santa Fe Avenue in Los Angeles. Okay. Interesting. Again, I just did that because I just like to have visuals about where people are going for all these little different things. Kid Cudi confirmed that Cassie told him there were physical abuse, but he didn't know anything about any sexual abuse. All right. Still, but she never said that she was a SA, correct? Cudi, she did not. Still, you loved her. Tell me if I'm wrong. Cudi, I did. Still, you got played by the same person who played Mr. Combs, Cassie Ventura. Combs was Steele. In the 13 years since, have you been notified in California that there's been any more action on this car fire? Cudi, no. Steele, did Miss Ventura have multiple phones? Cudi, I don't remember. Steele, 35 through 12. Cudi, if I said it, I said it. Steele, do you know what a burner phone is? Cudi, untraceable. Steele, the trespass, you call it a break-in. Miss Ventura told you she'd given your home address to Mr. Combs? Cudi, yes, in the morning. Steele, no more further questions. Thanks. Cudi, no problem. Okay, so there might be a redirect, and we'll go over that if it's a redirect. But it looks like that's pretty much Kid Cudi's testimony. So let me see what you all are saying. 10 albums. Yes, he had her in a 10-album deal. And I know a lot of people say, oh, well, they do that. They do. But they don't. A 10-album deal signifies that the person, there's almost a little bit of a, it seems like there's some stuff going on from that. Simply because you don't know if an artist is going to resonate with the public to the point that you would do a 10-album deal. You don't know if they're going to resonate with the public. So you usually do a 1 or 2 album deal. Now, I've heard of people do 5-album deals, 3 or 4 album deals, just in case they resonate with the public so that they won't do a deal with someone else. But 10 albums? That's not a common thing. All right, so we got some redirect. Not much, but we do have some redirect. 88 prosecution. What did Miss Ventura confide in you about the abuse? Cudi, that he would hit her, sometimes kick her. The day of the break-in, was she carefree? Cudi, no. Prosecution, what did Capricorn Clark tell you? Cudi, Sean Combs and an affiliate forced her into a car to come to my house. I called the police. How would you describe Cassie that day? Cuddy, just really shook. Him finding out about us. Now, this is interesting. Hold on, y'all. All right. So, I, sorry, y'all. I'm just reading this. I'm going back over this. What did Capricorn Clark tell you? Cuddy, Sean Combs and an affiliate forced her into a car to come to my house. I called the police. Then they asked, how would you describe Cassie that day? Cuddy, just really shook. Him finding out about us. So I had to reread that again because this is interesting to me. So she was forced to go to Kid Cudi's house. So she probably knew. I'm trying to figure out. So Cassie gives Diddy the address. So Capricorn Clark was forced to go because she knew where Kid Cudi lives, or she knew what the house looked like. Interesting. Let's see if there's another. It says here, why did your relationship with Miss Ventura end? Cuddy, the drama. It was getting out of hand. I wanted to give space. Prosecution. What drama? The break-in for my safety, her safety, still objection. Judge grounds, speculation, overruled. So it's going to stay in. Prosecution. Why did you have safety concerns? Cuddy, because I knew Sean Combs was violent. Prosecution. Your Honor, may we approach? And they're in the middle of a sidebar. A sidebar. A sidebar. Let's see what updates that we have on. Steele finishes cross-examination. Kid Cudi says he was bothered by how Combs treated Ventura. Defense Brian Steele asked Kid Cudi if Sean Combs' treatment of Cassie Ventura bothered him because he was in love with her. Kid Cudi responded, yes. Steele also suggested to Kid Cudi that during his meeting with Combs, Kid Cudi understanding was that he and Combs is in the same position of having been played by Ventura, who was living a, quote, double life. The person who played you and the person who played Sean was Miss Ventura, right? True, Kid Cudi confirmed. 3. Ventura said Combs hit and kicked her. Kid Cudi testified. Prosecutor Emily Johnson is back for the redirect. Johnson asked what Cassie Ventura had told Kid Cudi about the physical abuse from Sean Diddy Combs. And he said that he would hit her, sometimes kick her, Kid Cudi said. mm, 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 mm. Yeah. So while we're sitting here and while we're waiting for for an extra update and all, give me one moment. So as we're gonna go over, which one of the charges are we looking at Kid Cudi's testimony hitting? Hold on, y'all. Give me one moment. Now, Sean Combs said, and I think that Brian Steele brought this up, and I think it was masterful that he brought that up. That since that time, Kid Cudi, there was no more movement on um, who could have possibly put the Molotov cocktail in his car. So the police or the FBI or whoever was investigating that particular incident hadn't come back to Kid Cudi to let him know what the results of that, or did they find. The only thing that we hear is that there was DNA, a female DNA on the Molotov cocktail bottle, but we don't have any other information in regards to that. Let's see if there is any more information. All right, so then we got here, the prosecution said, the meeting at the Soho House. Mr. Combs said, I don't know what you're talking about your car. Did you believe him? Steele, objection. Judge, rephrase. Prosecution, what was your understanding? Kid Cudi, that he was lying. Prosecution, no further questions. The judge asked, is there any recross? Combs said, Steele says no. Hold on, y'all. He said, Mr. Mescuti, you are done. He says, all right, and he leaves. So the judges, they're on break. They're on break. All right. So what did y'all think of Kid Cudi's testimony? Seriously, what did y'all think of Kid Cudi's testimony? Hold on just one moment. What did y'all think of Kid Cudi's testimony? Now, I will tell you, as far as the prosecution, you know, Cassie had established that they had the meeting. Cassie had established that that she had contacted Kid Cudi, that Diddy knew about their relationship. So we had that. So he corroborated that. I think that the defense did a good job pulling out the fact that, hey, Cassie played you both. She played because she was still dealing with Diddy, and she was dealing with you. And you remember she said that she had a different phone. So he didn't know anything. So Sean didn't know anything about Kid Cudi because it wasn't coming up on her phone. He found out after one of the DV sessions, and he took the phone and he realized that that particular phone wasn't the phone that he was contacting her on. It was a phone that she was contacting Kid Cudi on. No problems. No problem. Yes, that Marvin superhero villain line was crazy. Over there like Dr. Evil. Like Dr. Evil. I will not. And for those of you all that are joining on TikTok, we are going over the testimony of Kid Cudi while they are out on lunch. And then after we go the testimony of Kid Cudi, I'm going to take a brief break. And then we'll all rejoin after the break. So those of you all that are on TikTok, you all will probably stay to the end of the thing, but I will just take a short break just so that I can so I can figure some stuff out. Y'all, kids, I've done something I ain't got no business. I'm touching. All right. So let's go back. Let us go back. Let's go to CNN. Hold on, y'all. Let's look to see. Do you think we're on break? Hold on. Let's make sure that there's no more information. Y'all think that KK is going to testify? Christina Quorum? Because CNN is talking about her. All right, so let's go back down CNN's timeline, and we will go right back over this so again, when they got back up on the trial. So Kid Cudi testified. So what did Kid Cudi testify to? Kid Cudi testified that in the early morning in December, he said he received a frantic call from Cassie saying that Diddy knows about our relationship. And so he went over, picked her up, and then they went to the Sunset Marquee. And if you all on TikTok want to see some of the visuals, you can come over to Pam Entertainment TV on YouTube. He picked up a room. He took her to the Sunset Marquee. I just wanted to see the pictures. Oh, do too much. Here we go. Hold on, y'all. So I'm just going to share this tab. And these are some of the rooms at the Sunset Marquis. They're villas, studio apartments, 1-2 bedroom apartments, suites, all kinds of stuff going on. Let's look at their gallery. They have so much stuff other than the stuff that I asked them to show. Okay, retail. Let's look at, so it just goes over what the suites and things look like at the Sunset Marquis. Because usually they would show you the front. That's all I was looking for, was the front of the hotel, but they're not really showing you all of that, and that's okay. So he takes her there. Then he gets a frantic call from Capricorn Clark. Now, Capricorn Clark used to work for Diddy as an executive. According to Kid Cudi, Capricorn Clark was telling him that they are outside his home and that Diddy and an associate went inside the home. And so Kid Cudi was on his way back to the home. He said, as he was on his way back to the home from the Sunset Marquis, I can't remember if he called Diddy or Diddy called him. Regardless, he said he got on the phone. He asked him, was he at his house? Diddy told him, yeah, I'm waiting on you. Kid Cudi said by the time that he got to his home, he said Diddy was nowhere in sight. However, Kid Cudi did state that his belongings, he had Christmas gifts for his family, that Diddy and the associate opened the Christmas gifts and then they left them up, they left them on his kitchen counter open, and that he said that his dog, he found his dog in the bathroom. He said that when he left to go and to take take Cassie, when he left to take Cassie to the hotel, he said his dog was just roaming around. He didn't have his dog locked up in the bathroom. He also reported that when he got back, that his security cameras had been moved. So there was no footage. Now, they didn't say if there was any footage on those security cameras, because if you move security cameras and if you're facing the security cameras, I'm quite sure that the person's face should be on those security cameras, but they didn't talk about that. What they said was that when Kid Cudi got home, he saw that his folks, his family's Christmas gifts had been opened and put on the kitchen table. He said Sean Diddy Combs was nowhere around. He said that then he took Cassie home to her family's house in Connecticut, and he spent time with them. So apparently he didn't hear from Diddy after that, because I believe that Diddy thought that intimidation move of him being in Kid Cudi's home, trespassing in his home and opening the gifts, he thought that was enough. No, it wasn't enough, because what happened is that Cassie and Kid Cudi went to her parents' home and they spent the holidays there. Kid Cudi testified that while he was there with Cassie at her parents' home, that Sean Combs called him continuously, and also he called Cassie continuously. And Cudi at that point was like, you know what? You broke into my home. You did all this stuff. I'm not fixing to be fooling with you, and I'm not going to contact you or call you back. All of that died down a little bit. Then in January, Now, this is a couple of weeks after all this has gone down. I guess Diddy, and again, I'm just speculating. I don't have any information that any of this happened. I'm just trying to piece this story together. So I will tell you that I will add my little information in just so that I can make the story appealing. But the basis of the information is the same. And again, I am pulling my information from CNN. They do a daily update on this case. And I'm also pulling my information from Inner City Press, who is in the courtroom, and they are transcribing this information and then sending it out via Twitter X. So a month has pretty much passed away. I'm assuming a month. While Kid Cudi was gone, I guess working or doing whatever, he said his dog sitter called to let him know that his Porsche that was parked in his driveway was on fire. He said that a friend of his went over there and they recorded the damage. Law enforcement was called. And that when law enforcement got there, according to Kid Cudi's testimony, that he saw pictures to where initially the remnants of a Molotov cocktail was sitting on the driver's side of the car. Kid Cudi said that when he got there and he was able to visualize the damage, he was told he saw that the remnants of the Molotov cocktail was sitting outside of the car. He also observed that it appeared like someone cut the top off his Porsche and then dropped the Molotov cocktail in there. He testified that his car was damaged and beyond repair. He also said that things were getting out of hand. So he had his management, along with one of Sean Combs' bodyguard, facilitate a meeting, and they met at the Soho House. He said when he arrived at the Soho House, he said Diddy was standing there with his hands behind the back looking like a Marvel super villain. Oh my God. He said he was over there looking like a super villain. And so they sat down and had a conversation. They said that Cassie arrived later and was, explaining that, me and Kid Cudi, we fell in love and we were doing all this other stuff. And so Kid Cudi at that point, they broke up, and the way they broke up was just by absence. He no longer talked to her because it was too much. Because not only did you come into my home, move around in my home, and mess with my dog, you then turn around and you blow up my car. Now, Kid Cudi testified that he asked Diddy about his car, and Diddy claimed that he didn't know what he was talking about. Diddy stated that he didn't know what he was talking about. Kid Cudi said he didn't believe him. Kid Cudi said that he did not believe that Diddy did not know. He thought that Diddy was lying. He said that later on, like I said, he said that he no longer had any more contact with Diddy. He said he met up with Diddy. It was probably a few years later. I think he said it was 2015. He said that at that point in time, he said Diddy came up to him and apologized about stuff. He didn't mean for things to get to happen the way they did. So interesting. Hold on, let me see it. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. I was just reading some things from Intercity Press. He's just asking. He has filed a letter with the court trying to get information from the court. So I was just reading that. All right, so let's do this. Give me one moment, y'all. I have just kind of lost my place. Here we go. All right. So as I was going back, so Kid Cudi again, his testimony did what? His testimony corroborated Cassie's testimony that Diddy found out about their relationship, that they had a meeting at the hotel, and that after that she no longer had her and Kid Cudi were no longer together. So we pretty much got that information pushed through and understood. So what's going to be interesting to me coming off this break as to who they call next, because now it looks like the prosecution, now according to CNN, they're talking about Christine Quorum. Now Christine Quorum's name has been mentioned a couple of times simply because of the assistant that went the assistant that testified this morning. Yeah, Christina Quorum was his boss, and then Diddy was her boss, so she had contact with them. They may call her in. They may call Capricorn Clark because her name has been mentioned, and she can corroborate the information that was testified by Kid Cudi about her being in the car, and she can confirm who it was besides Diddy that went into Kid Cudi's house. So she would be somebody that I would think would be essential to call. She would be somebody that would be essential to call. All right, I took my green screen. That's better. She would be somebody that literally would be somebody that you would need to call, because she would then corroborate the testimony that Kid Cudi stated. And like I said, then we will learn who that other person was Diddy that went into the home. Because again, the Marvel villain, the Drizzler, we won't let you take my baby oil. So, would that be his superpower, that he can produce baby oil and Astroglide at a moment notice? And again, if you want to see the comments from the people from X, Twitch, and YouTube over here on TikTok, you're more than welcome to come over and join us on either one of those platforms at Pam Entertainment TV. On Twitch, I'm Pam Entertainment TV 2024. On YouTube, I'm Pam Entertainment TV with an explanation part, and it's all one word. And on X, I am Pam Entertainment, but the N and the T is not there. And I think it's either 02 or 01. It's 2 or 1 because I have a backup page. But You should see this. You see back behind me where it says PETV. That's the symbol that the Twitter, that would be the one that is the main channel on Twitter. It have that symbol that I have back in my background. That was the reason why I put that, let me see, that background right there. That's the background that looks like on Twitter. That's what my Twitter avatar looks like. So let's see what the two updates are. It just goes over on redirect. Prosecution Emily Johnson pressed Kid Cudi about the meeting with Sean Diddy Combs after Kid Cudi's car was damaged by fire. At that meeting, when Kid Cudi asked about the car, Combs responded that he did not know what he was talking about. Kid Cudi had testified. Johnson asked Kid Cudi what he thought about Combs' response. Kid Cudi said that he thought he was lying. So now they have established, the prosecution, that there was a break-in or a trespassing, because again, Kid Cudi testified that he knew that they broke into his home because the Christmas gifts were open. He said there was no damage to his home, and then there was no damage to his doors. Y'all think somebody picked a lock? Anyways, and that his dog was in the bathroom. What I find, as far as the defense did something pretty good. Now, they went through and they basically said that Cassie Ventura had the wherewithal to be able to balance Diddy and to balance Kid Cudi. Because they mentioned that Kid Cudi got played by Cassie and quote unquote that Sean Combs got played by Cassie. It was just that Diddy's reaction to it sparked a level of jealousy and violence. But they did get that put in there. Now, they did put in that as of this date, law enforcement has not moved forward or know anything else about what happened to Kid Cudi's car. The third thing I think that the defense did a very good job with was the fact that, again, you remember Kid Cudi said that he had cameras around his place. And on 2 occasions where there has been heightened violence, and what I mean by that is someone has trespassed on his home and that his car had been caught on fire. In both times that in those 2 situations, Kid Cudi's camera didn't catch anything. Now, I don't know who his dog sitter was at that time, but the dog sitter didn't say that she saw anything, at least that's what was testified at earlier today. The dog sitter I don't think that the dog sitter is going to be called. However, the prosecution nor the defense asked if the dog sitter saw anything, asked Kid Cudi if the dog sitter told him that they saw anything. They just called and said the car was on fire. So we do understand that. Now, we're going to be moving into the afternoon. Kid Cudi's testimony is over with. I think from this testimony, like I said, it corroborated the testimony that Cassie told earlier about the meeting and about the car being on fire. Now, the person who is going to tie, in my opinion, the person who is going to tie Sean Combs to the break-in is Capricorn Clark. Because Capricorn Clark, according to Kid Cudi's testimony, Capricorn Clark said that she was forced into the car. So Capricorn Clark is the only person that can tie into who was there at the trespassing. And if you all are on TikTok, please tap the screen, please tap the screen, please tap the screen. I appreciate it. Let's get that screen tapping. Tap, 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 tap. So the prosecution's earlier witness, Mr. Kaplan, who was an assistant to Diddy between 2013 and 2015. What's interesting enough that the prosecution didn't ask him, because he said he quit in December of 2015. They didn't ask him if he knew anything about Diddy going to with Capricorn Clark. They didn't ask him any of those questions. And he was gone before the January incident with the Kid Cudi's car. Keep tapping the stream. There's 50 of you all in TikTok. I need for you all to keep tapping the stream. Get me to 1,000 likes or taps or hearts or whatever. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's interesting enough that they didn't ask him any of those types of questions. But he testified that he saw violence, Mr. Combs, do violence against Cassie and also do violence against another girlfriend named Gina. Now, what do we know about Gina? We know that Gina, from my understanding, was victim number 3. Now, Gina was supposed to be there to testify. No one can find Gina. Now, the rumor mill, again, I don't know these people. I don't know if it's true or not, but the rumor mill is saying that she's not testifying and that possibly she received some funds. So she's not testifying. We don't know. The prosecution has decided that they're not going to use her. So we don't know anything about that. But she could have testified and corroborated the testimony of Mr. Kaplan about the apples, about apples being thrown at her. So we will see. We will see. We will see. Let's do this while I have you all here. Now, I haven't updated this. So if you're on TikTok, I am showing a list of witnesses and some of the stuff that they have testified to while we're here on break. But I'll be reading some of the information so you all can see it. So far, now I haven't updated yesterday and today's witnesses, and I will definitely do that. But so far, we have had Israel Flores, and he was a security guard at the Intercontinental. His testimony, he talked about going to the 6th floor, seeing Cassie at the elevator, and also seeing Diddy, that he had some confrontation with Diddy. And also he said that Diddy had offered him a bribe that he did not take. We also found out that he was the one that took his iPhone and that he recorded the video, the security video. And he said that when he got back 2 days later, he said that the video was wiped from the Intercontinental server. So that video was gone. Now we have heard, but we haven't had any direct testimony to it, that Diddy had paid someone over at the Intercontinental Hotel, but we do know it wasn't the security guard, Israel Flores. Daniel Phillips, which was an escort who was hired by Cassie and Diddy, he gave us a inside of what the freak-offs were. And I will tell you, we now know that those freak-offs weren't like public things. You know, again, we know that it wasn't that you went to the party and then a select few were then invited to the after party, And then a select few was invited to the hotel lobby. And then from those select few, people were picked from that to go to the rooms. We understand that that's not what the freak-offs were. And as I've done here on TikTok and also on X, I've asked the question, now do we look at all these lawsuits that have been put through, particularly those by Tony Busby and all the other people? Do we look at those lawsuits, particularly during the time period with Cassie, because Cassie explained that, and Daniel Phillips, she corroborated that the freak-offs happened. Daniel Phillips said that, there wasn't nobody in all of these things except for the person who was hired, Cassie, and Diddy. There wasn't any extra people put in. Everybody had their own specific session. That was corroborated by, what's his name? The second guy, the Punisher. I can't remember his name right now. But there was no extra people brought into all of that. So, and what Cassie explained, that was a whole full-time job. That was a full-time job. And these things would last, the sessions themselves would last anywhere from 24 to 72 hours. They were mood enhancement fueled. And it took them 1 to 2 weeks to recover. Now, I'm not saying that other things couldn't be done, but to the point of all of these things that some of these people, particularly these people after Cassie, I would say the people in 2024, so those people that were filing stuff past March of 2024, how do we feel about those things? Again, don't mishear me. I'm not telling you that these things happened, that they didn't. I'm just questioning the fact that the way she described the FOs, they would wear you out. And both her and Diddy were addicted to the mood enhancements. So I am perplexed with all of that going on. All this other stuff was going on. And also, too, one of the things we also have to keep notice of, too, after 2015, because I do know that there's some stuff that happened, people have filed after 2015. A lot of things changed for Diddy in 2015. In 2015, we know that there was the kettlebell incident with his son over there at UCLA. And in 2015, that's when he was hiring a more professional security agency. So it was no longer him hiring just bouncers and stuff like that. I'm saying that they were bouncers, but that's the visual that I get from them when they talk about Uncle Polly, D-Rock, A-Rod, or whoever else was whatever. No longer was he hiring security like that. He was now hiring professional security teams that give you the whiff, a la like the Secret Service or something like that. So now he's hired more professional people. So that would mean, and also David, I can't remember if it was Daniel Phillips. No, not Daniel Phillips. David James, or if it was Mr. Kaplan that testified that Diddy wasn't the type of person that allowed you into his space. He was a person that wanted to check, that he was very concerned about his image, and he wanted to make sure that his public image was on the up and up. But he wasn't a person that just allowed anybody to come into his space, which was an interesting piece of testimony that I picked up on. Because again, I'm asking these questions about all of this stuff. Because it looks like what I, as someone, a Jane Blow in the public, what I'm thinking about the trafficking, I'm thinking it's multiple people. I was thinking when I initially started listening to this testimony, I initially thought that the FOs was just people in the public, because you remember a lot of folks ran with the, oh, this celebrity was there at this particular party, so therefore they might have been at the freak offs. But we're finding out that that's not what those things were. Those things were, I'm not going to say exclusive, to Cassie, because he may have done these with a different girlfriend. But there weren't extra people in there because Diddy was directing and there weren't extra people. Speaking of other girlfriends, did y'all peep the testimony from Kaplan when he talked about how he would set up the hotel rooms and the differences, the slight little difference, that the way that he set up the hotel rooms for Cassie versus how he set up the hotel rooms for Kim Porter? It was subtle, but it was there. Cassie got the baby oil and the Astroglide. Kim Porter got lotion. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Oh, yeah. Okay. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Again, subtle, but that stuck out in my head like, oh, okay. All right. Subtle differences. Again, we don't know how Gina's rooms were set up, and we don't know how anybody else's rooms were set up, but that's what we learned about that. We also, going back over just some of the testimony, let me see, I just got to keep up with the time. We have Carrie Morgan, who was Cassie's friend, who testified that her and Cassie have been friends since 2001 and that they're currently no longer fair. She testified that she witnessed violence at Diddy's LA home, violence in Jamaica against Cassie. She testified she went to his employees for help and they would not intervene. Now, this was before the professional teams. She testified that Diddy assaulted her, and she received $30,000 and had to sign an NDA. She also gave us an insight about Cassie, her behavior and her demeanors before she met Diddy. She described her with having as being full of life. And she says that when she was with Diddy up until the time that she stopped communicating with her, that she just felt like the spark went out in her eyes, as she said. She also testified that Cassie was jealous of her position in Diddy's life, particularly being second to Kim. She wanted to be the main person in Diddy's life, and that she had a lot of animosity towards Gina. Now, the interesting testimony from David James. And let me go back to, because one of the things I haven't done. Now, Israel Flores, what I thought that he brought light to was the bribery and also the violence. Daniel Phillips, what I thought that he brought light to in regards to what charge was the transportation of hired workers for intimate pleasures. And he talked about the mood enhancers. I think Cassie talked about possibly the forced labor. She brought up some of the coercion, because again, the coercion came to me was, if you don't do this, I'm going to release the videos. Transportation. Now, if you let me tell it, partly though, I do believe that she suffered a lot of violence at the hand of Diddy, but also there was some accountability in regards to, she was the person that established the freak offs. She was the one that arranged and did all those things. Both of them wanted it to happen. She gave some background information about his about Diddy, and what she and Mr. Kaplan both said is that he had a larger in life personality. Special Agent Yasin, he was the one that served the subpoena at the hotel when Diddy was arrested. He discussed about the mood enhancements and the baby oils and all that other stuff. And so he was able to kind of testify to the the mood enhancers. Dawn Richard testified to the violence, and she testified to the mood enhancers. Again, Carrie Morgan, I said that I think that her testimony went more towards the bribery that he's being charged with. David James went forth most to like the forced labor. He had conversations. Yeah. So the security guards were D-Rock, Bonds, and Uncle Polly. Now he testified to just the violence displayed by Diddy, but we also must understand that he had violence displayed for himself, and it was all with this chef Jordan. He also testified, again, corroborating what Carrie Morgan said about Cassie feeling some kind of way, or describing that Kim Porter was number 1, Sarah was number 2, Tara was number 3, somebody named Yana was number 4, and then it was Cassie. He testified that he had 2 conversations with Cassie. One, she had mentioned that the lifestyle was crazy, and he asked her, well, why don't you leave? And she says that she couldn't because he controls my life, my music. She's talking about Diddy. My life, my music. He pays for my apartment. He said the second conversation that he had with her was about her music. And I don't know. I don't remember what was said in regards to, was she excited about some music coming out or anything like that. However, he did mention that the album never did come out because she's only released 1 album out of that 10 album deal. And it is my understanding, again, this is just my understanding. I don't have any proof. So anything I say about, when I say my understanding, it's alleged. But Mr. James also testified that he overheard Diddy say that Kim Porter is his queen, and she has moved out to LA because at one point she had moved, and then he followed because that's where his children were. And he said that he had Cassie right where he wanted her. She was young and moldable. And like I said, I haven't added to this display. I haven't added, but these are the things. And again, shout out to Nate, the lawyer. This is where I got this graphic from, and it goes down all the different indictments. It says the list of crimes that should go with those indictments, and it talks about the predicate category from the RICO that corresponds with those indictments. Okay. That's something that I want to revisit. All right. So it looks like the judge is back on the bench. And let's see if we are getting any updates about what they're talking about. All right. It says here they want to put up an exhibit showing Miss Ventura scantily clad. We think it plays into the stereotype that if she dresses like this, she must have consented to the freak offs. So they must be the defense must be wanting to put that image up of Cassie. All right. Judge says I only have the album cover. Remember, she only did one album. She only did one. So let's see. Estevallo, she is a defense lawyer for Sean Diddy Combs. It says, can we bring it up on the screen? Does, but not for the public gallery. We have withdrawn some of the exhibits. It's rather about her career opportunities and the like. Okay, so. This is crazy. Who did that? Oh, Lord. All right. So the jury hasn't been brought in yet, so we still have some time. But the judge is back on the bench, so it's a little bit past 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time in New York. Also, too. And while we're doing this, let's do a little update before we go in. This is in the middle of everything, but it is something, and I'll do a different video on it. It says here that Tory Lanez has been transferred to a new prison after his almost pruning from the timeline. It says he's not safe in previous cell. They say he is currently on the mend after surviving an attack and now has a change of scenery after being moved to a completely different facility. As of Thursday morning, we've confirmed that Tory was shipped out to California Men's Colony to ensure his safety, which is 3 hours away from the institute that he was originally in, where he was almost pruned from the timeline. His attorney, Crystal Morgan, tells TMZ that the artist is doing fine considering the severity of his injuries, but isn't necessarily happy he had to move to the new facility near San Luis Obispo. Recent photos from the inside show that Tory had been building a personal community, but we're told officials could no longer keep him safe at Tehachapi. Tehachapi, that's the name of the prison. As his health improves, his legal team is working overtime to get his 10-year sentence pardoned by the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, citing newfound and botched evidence. So while we're waiting for that, I did want to report that Tory Lanez is out of the hospital, and he is he has been moved to a new prison. All right. All right. So the next witness that we see that's coming is the person that did Cassie Ventura's makeup, her makeup artist, from what I see. And this is coming from Inner City Press. So we will see. Sorry about that. So, TikTok, I'm just going to pause. And also for you other ones, I'm going to pause really quick. I've got to do a little break before we come back. So give me one moment and I'll be back. All right, y'all. Give me one moment. All right. So we have Mila Morales, a former makeup artist for Sean Diddy Combs and his ex-girlfriend, Casa Ventura. She has been called to the stand. Now, why is she important? Because I'm thinking that she is going to testify to, you remember Cassie mentioned that she had been beat up and she had to go to a hotel for a week to recover. And that also, remember after what happened at the Intercontinental, she had bruises and things on her face and stuff like that. She may be the one that's going to testify to that as well. But we will see. Maybe I could do this for y'all. Let's turn. So if you could see, well, I don't know if you could see that or not, but if you could see the lady right there, she is the makeup artist. If you were able to see that or not, I'm not sure. But anyway. But this is the makeup artist, y'all. Mila Morales. And so before Miss Morales was on the chart, it looks like the defense and the prosecution were squabbling over some exhibits. They were allowing exhibit 652, but not 745. It looks like the defense is wanting to show where where Cassie's career wasn't impacted. So we're going to see about that. All right, here we go. Mila Morales, she says, I'm a celebrity makeup artist. She says, do you recognize anyone that you've worked for? Miss Morales, Sean Combs in the gray sweater and white collar. All right. Prosecution, when did you work for Mr. Combs? She said from 2000 to 2005. So okay, so she was hired she worked for Mr. Combs from 2000 to 2005. Then who? She says she has worked with Rihanna. And she says that she's worked with Jennifer Lopez and she's worked for Cassie. So we're waiting on that particular testimony. So she's just running, I guess she's just basically running down her credentials. She's just running down who she used to work for and who she didn't work for. But we do know that she worked for Sean Diddy Combs. We do know that she's testifying that she worked with Rihanna. And she's also testified that she's worked with Jennifer Lopez and she's has worked with Cassie. So she must have been working. They're going to have to get the date straight for when she worked with Cassie, because right now she says she worked for Mr. Combs from 2000 to 2005. And at that time, he wasn't even with Cassie. Look at her nose. It looks like on this thread with the on Twitter with the inner city press, it looks like just mentioning this woman's name has brought out all the NUAs. Because they're like, we have all the tea. Come on, Mila, tell us the dirt. Interesting. So she has this particular makeup artist has been around Sean Combs. He's been around Rihanna. She's been around J-Lo. Interesting, interesting, interesting. So while we're waiting for updates, so if you're watching on everything but TikTok, I'm just going to kind of go through some of the courtroom illustrations that we have. And I think this is one that has been used, circulated around. Let me refresh it first of all. All right. This is the blue sweater era. And looks like he has glasses on here too. And then we have the yellow sweater era. And Teeny Garagos is the daughter of Mark Garagos, because Mark Garagos is one of Diddy's attorneys. And that's pretty much it. This is the one with Cassie. All right, so let's check out what's going on with the Inner City Press. It says, when did you work with Cassie? She says, Ms. Morales, 2007 until COVID. She was like a little sister to me. Prosecution, how much older than her are you? Morales, a few years. Prosecution, did you see her with injuries on her face? Morales, 2010 Grammy weekend Prince party. Where were you with her? Morales, Beverly Hills. I fell asleep in the room and woke up to a commotion. Cassie walked in, then Sean asking, where the F is she? What did he do? Morales walked into the bedroom, shut the door. So let's go back. 2010 Grammy weekend Prince party. And did y'all hear about some rumors going around about Prince had done a tape or something saying that if anything happened to him, it was Diddy, and said that all this information was played in the court, which was debunked. But I'm telling y'all, there's no need to put 20 on 10, y'all. There's just no need for it. There's no need to put 20 on 10 about what's going on in these cases. I think sometimes we're so used to things being so salacious that we end up putting 20 on 10 instead of just reporting what we see. And I just don't understand all of that, just to put that out there to get the clicks and the views or anything like that. And don't mishear me. I love a good click and I love a good view. I'm not trying to be hypocritical. I'm just saying that I just don't understand why putting stories out there that were incorrect and false that could be easily verified. Why would you put out a story like that? Doesn't make any sense. All right. She says, where were you with her? That's the prosecution asked. Mila Morales says Beverly Hills. She says, I fell asleep in the room and woke up. What? TikTok is strange because you take a pause and then it tells you there's no inactivity. So y'all hit the screen for me. If you all are here or in here, would y'all just tap the screen for me a few times so TikTok won't try to cancel my live? All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for hitting the screen. I really appreciate it. Because they was about to take my live away. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for tapping the screen for me. And periodically, just tap the screen just so that they won't, they know that someone is here. And so it says here, she says she fell asleep at the room and woke up to a commotion. So apparently Cassie and Diddy walked in and there was arguing and where the F is she and all of this other stuff. They asked, what did Diddy do? She said he walked into the bedroom and they shut the door. They asked her, what did she hear behind the door? Miss Morales said she heard yelling and screaming, both of them. She said, then Sean Combs left. She says, what did you see next? Morales. Cassie, she had a swollen eye and knots on her head. I packed things up and we went to my house. Yeah. And again, Combs capitulated that DV happened all throughout their relationship. And again, he's not being charged with the DV. However, the DV has been considered a component in the coercion. If I'm understanding what the prosecution is trying to put down. She said, then what happened? Morales said, my doctor friend came and examined her to see if she had a concussion. Interesting. Prosecution. What were you afraid of? Morales. Sean, I feared for my life. Objection, moved to strike. The judge overruled it, so it's going to stay on the record. Prosecution. How long did she stay? She said days. Interesting. Was this a separate incident? This had to be a separate incident from the time that Cassie testified to having to stay in a hotel. Because this happened in 2010. And I don't know if the incident that happened where she had to stay in the hotel, do you all remember? Was that before 2010 or was that after 2010? Because she's testifying that Cassie came and stayed with her for days. And the types of injuries that we're talking about were similar. Hold on, y'all. I'm just going back trying to find. That must have been day one of testimony, but I don't have that. Just bear with me a few minutes. I'm just going through this testimony. Okay, what she's talking about, that happened in 2015. Yeah, okay. So this is an earlier incident. Okay. This is an earlier incident. This is 2010. Maybe that's what precipitated y'all. Maybe that's what precipitated him to make sure that she went to a hotel, because the MUA took her to see a doctor, and she stayed there for a few days. Prosecution. Have you done interviews about this? Morales, a couple. Were you paid? Morales, no. Did you provide evidence? Photos of me and Kim Porter, early 2000. Were you paid? Answer, $1,000. Let's see what CNN is saying. Mila Morales, a former makeup artist for Sean Diddy Combs and Cassie Ventura, saw Ventura with injuries on her face once around Grammy weekend in 2010, Morales testified. After going to a party at Prince's house, Morales and Ventura went back to a hotel room, Morales said. Combs came into the room later and asked where Ventura was, Morales testified. Combs went into the room where Ventura was and closed the door, and Morales heard yelling and screaming, she said. She said, I was just frantic and I didn't know what to do. Later, Combs stormed out of the hotel room, Morales said. Ventura was distraught, she said. She had a swollen eye and a busted lip and knots on her head. Okay, so it wasn't that she came home with those and they went into room. It was Morales and Ventura went to a party at Prince's house. They came back home. She was on the couch. She fell asleep. She said she woke up because Diddy had come into the door and asked, where the F is she? He went into the bedroom. And when he went into the bedroom, that's when she heard the big commotion and the kerfluffle and the screams and all of this other stuff. He said that Sean Combs left. He said when Cassie came out of the bedroom, that's when she noticed the injuries on her. And that's when she took her to her home, where she stayed a few days. Understanding. She testified that Mila Morales said that she had a friend who was a doctor to come to the house to check Cassie Ventura after she saw Ventura with the injuries. The doctor examined the injuries to Ventura's face, her stomach, and her ribs, and recommended that Ventura go to the emergency room. Morales, Ventura refused to go to the emergency room. And she also testified that she nor Ventura called the police. Morales said that she didn't call the police because she feared Combs and she feared for her life. After the incident, Morales said that she and Ventura never spoke of it again. Once again, someone who was employed by Cassie or by Diddy saw a crime be committed and did not call the police. Why? They claim she feared Combs and she feared for her life. I bet the defense is going to talk about, she didn't want to lose that employment. That's what I think the defense is going to come up and say. She didn't want to lose that employment. Let's continue. So now she's, those are the last few questions the prosecution had for her. Let's see. So what have you missed, Dre the DJ? So let me tell you what you've missed. So far for today, we heard one of Diddy's assistants testify that he had witnessed some violence. He also testified that he bought some mood enhancements for Diddy. He also testified that he held big sums of money for him, and that he also procured the mood enhancements for Diddy. We also had the testimony of Kid Cudi. Kid Cudi testified that he was dating Cassie. He said that Cassie called him up early one morning. This was in December 2011. He said that after Cassie called, she told him that Diddy knows that they were dating. He said that he went to go pick Cassie up. He put her up in a hotel. Once he put her up in a hotel, he said he got a call. I can't remember if he got a call from Diddy or he called Diddy. Regardless, Diddy told him that he was waiting on him. Excuse me, back that up. Kid Cudi got a call from one of Diddy's executives named Capricorn Clark. She told Kid Cudi that she was outside of his home and that Diddy and another associate was inside of his home. He said he got a call from Diddy. He asked him, he called Diddy to ask him, was he at his place? Diddy told Kid Cudi, I'm waiting on you. Kid Cudi said by the time he got home, there was nobody there, but he did notice that there was no damage on the outside of his place, but he did notice that his cameras had been moved. He did notice that his door was unlocked. He goes into his house. Christmas presents that he bought for his family were opened and on the kitchen table. And he also noticed that his dog that he left roaming around the house was locked up in his car. So now we have the testimony from a former makeup artist that's testifying about the bruises and the violence that she said seen against Cassie. Yeah, I'm sicking about that too. That doesn't make any sense. It's too many people that have seen this girl get her head knocked up against the washer and dryer and no one has said anything. And they were visually watching it too. Some people could hear it, and then some people were visually watching it and didn't do anything. On the stand right now is Mila Morales. Well, people who he didn't think the executive assistant Kaplan, he didn't think he was going to testify because the judge gave him immunity yesterday because he was going to come and plead the fifth. But once the judge gave him immunity, he was spilling it all. He spilled all he knew. I think, again, I think what the prosecution has done, that there's probably been some sealed indictments. I think a lot of people have been charged because they're and basically what the the government has done is probably told them, I'm going to charge you, but I'll give you immunity because we want Diddy. I'll give you immunity if you testify what you have seen. So people that are coming in, they're testifying. The people that I'm interested in seeing testify, y'all, is this Capricorn Clark. I'm very interested to hear her testimony, particularly of that day when Kid Cudi's car was set ablaze with a Molotov cocktail. All right, let's continue. So the prosecution has no further questions. The judge asks defense table, do they have a cross? So we see Estevallo is doing the cross. They said, they asked, did you assist Miss Ventura for any red carpet events? Miss Morales, possibly, and some music videos. Black and Yellow. Who did that song, Black and Yellow? Who did that song? Wiz Khalifa. Okay. Basically, Kiki, basically, Wiz Khalifa. Yeah. So she was in that video. Now you're going to make me go look. Defense. We have photos. 467, please. And these are photos from a video shoot. The goal was that she looked put together. Morales, yes. These photos show your artistry. You reposted them on Instagram. Morales, yes. Estevallo, you were in her hotel room though? You lived near? Answer, yes. Estevallo, you met Miss Ventura's family? Morales, her father. You called a doctor and a lawyer? Morales, the lawyer lives in San Francisco. Estevallo, you provided emotional support? Morales, yes. Give me 1 second. I'm just I'm going back through and putting a heart on the things I've already gone over. So just in case I click out, I can know which ones I've already seen. Estevallo, you did an interview with CNN and with Extra TV. Don Lemon and Piers Morgan? Morales, yes. Did Dateline reach out to you? Morales, I don't look at those anymore. Estevallo, did you ask the government if you could do more? We're going to have to go and see what CNN is saying because let's see what they're saying in regards to what. All right, so they're saying Defense attorney Anna Estevallo is showing the jury photos of Cassie Ventura from a music video shoot for the Wiz Khalifa song Black and Yellow. Morales, who is on the stand now, did Ventura's makeup for the shoot. And we're going to have to go back and look at that video because I haven't seen it. I remember the song, but I just hadn't seen it. Before the jury entered, defense argued to admit photos like this to push back on Ventura's previous testimony that Sean Diddy Combs stifled her career and the freak-offs he allegedly orchestrated took time away from her ability to pursue her career. Okay. That's a good piece of lawyering right there from the defense, because Cassie did say that she felt like she was that she was an ex-worker and she didn't have any time to do anything else but the freak-offs. Interesting. Interesting. So she did a music video in 2010. Because what I'm thinking about is cha-cha-cha. Because I think they started the FOs in 2010. Did they not? Did they not, chat? Did they start the FOs in 2010? Because she met him. Let me see. She signed with him in 27. So they must have started in 2009, 2010. Okay. But again, that is a very good piece of lawyering right there. Estevaya, so you asked permission to speak to Dateline? Morales, of course I asked. Estevaya, after the incident, neither Mr. Combs or anyone from his company ever approached you? Morales, no one did. For the documentary, were you paid? Morales said therapy. That doesn't make any sense to me. So let's go to CNN and see what they say. All right. They said Morales confirms concern for Ventura in 2010 hotel incident. Defense attorney Ana Estevao revisited Milo Morales' testimony about the 2010 incident in the hotel. Oh, you didn't see her in there? Interesting. Because they posted a picture of her. It looked like a well, no, it wasn't for that. It wasn't for that. Interesting. But she said that she did the interesting. Okay. Defense attorney Ana Estevao revisited Milo Morales' testimony about the 2010 incident. Morales confirmed that she did not see what happened between Sean and Diddy Combs and Cassie inside the bedroom after he went in. The makeup artist testified that she and Ventura spoke with one of her friends who was a lawyer shortly after the incident. They asked Mr. Estevao, you were concerned? She said, yes, very concerned. Morales confirmed that she continued her friendship with Ventura after she and Combs had broken up. And they don't say when this particular breakup happened, but that she Morales says that she has not been paid for any interview she gave about Ventura and Combs' relationship. Makeup artist Myla Morales said that she had done about 8 media interviews about her knowledge of Cassie Ventura and Sean Diddy Combs' relationship and the 2010 incident in the past year. Okay. She said she wasn't paid for any of the public interview. Morales is now off the stand. Thank you for the heart. Thank you so much, JW4747. I appreciate that. Let's see. So she's off the stand. She was quick. Estevao, you sold the photos to CNN for $1,000. Morales, yes. Estevallo, no further questions. Judge, next witness. Frederic Zemmour, the general manager of the La Hermitage Hotel in Los Angeles. Hold on, y'all. Let me find out who this man is. Okay. But I need to know why they got him up here. He said he received a subpoena. Is that the he's the general manager? It's been there since 1975. Looks like it's a beautiful hotel, y'all. I think that's the hotel that the big incident had. Oh, where the room was torn up. And y'all, I'm on this website. Hold on, y'all. This seems quite fancy, child. And y'all looking at this is the one where they charge them like $40,000. Oh, now they ought to be ashamed of themselves. They describe themselves as a discreet, luxurious getaway located a stone's throw from a beating heart of Beverly Hills. As the longest tenured Forbes 5-star and AAA 5-diamond all-suite hotel in the world, the La Hermitage is committed to offering travelers excellence in hospitality. It is gorgeous. Ooh. Y'all see this? 116 suites. And I'm going through this because I'm waiting for the testimony to build up. You can get spa treatments. I mean, but I'm just saying visually, this is a beautiful hotel. Baby. Woo. Let's get back here. All right, here we go. Here's a prosecution. Are you familiar with the hotel's reservation system? He says, Zemmour says, we have a system called Opera. We enter in personal preferences. Prosecution. How long do you keep them? Zemmour. They stay forever. The government next witness is Frederic Zemmour, an employee at the La Hermitage Hotel in the Beverly Hills, California. Zemmour is the 15th witness called by the prosecution. He is the general manager of the La Hermitage Hotel in the Beverly Hills, California. Prosecutors are now admitting hotel reservation records dating back to 2008 into evidence. Mm. He said, them records are so forever. Okay, here we go. They said, we enter in personal preferences. They said, how long do you keep them? He said, they stay forever. Let's see if we've got any more information. No, they haven't updated anything, y'all. I'll keep refreshing. So it's almost 2 o'clock there, and I think they got another hour of testimony because they're going to stop at 3 every day. They're going to stop. They've been stopping at 3 o'clock. Okay, so this should be enough time that we should click this and we should have some more testimony. Yeah. Who reserved? Maybe that's who reserved this room for Sean Combs? Ryan Lopez. All other names were used. Prosecution. When was this profile first created? Zamora, 2006. It said Sean Combs and Bad Boy Records. Then they changed it to Jackie Star. Got you. Prosecution. Let's look at 2011 through 2012. Hold on. That's the thing about being caught up with the testimony. It's the waiting. But shout out to Inner City Press and to CNN because they have the information, but it's just the waiting on the information to come in is what's it. So let me just go back and look at some of your questions. Oh, you had your honeymoon there. Oh, because it from what they have on the website, Brandy, it is nice. Very beautiful. It is nice. Yeah, probably going to speak on the conditions of the room because they said that room was tore up. They charged them $40,000. A mess. Ooh, child. So if you all have been following this while we're waiting for more information to come up, and this is everybody, what do you all think so far? Again, I've said before, this is not Matlock. This is not Perry Mason. This is not even an episode of Law and Order or Law and Order SVU. Usually these cases are building and building and building. And I've read over some of the things that I'm going to update my spreadsheet to add the other the people that testified yesterday and the people who testified today. So right now, if you were on the jury just of today, right now, and if you've gone back through the testimony that you've heard, whatever stood out, and y'all put it in the comments for me. Put a P for the prosecution if you believe the prosecution is nailing their case, or put a D for the defense, that the defense is doing a lot to be able to poke the holes in. If you were going to say who was winning, doing the better lawyering, I'm not going to ask you if you think if they're going to prosecute him or not, but who do you think is doing the better lawyering? So put a P for the prosecution and put a D for the defense. Let me know what y'all are thinking. Okay, I got a prosecution. I got a it's about equal. Prosecution. Prosecution. Now, I will say, granted, the defense hasn't started their thing equal. They hadn't just put their information up yet, but I think that the prosecution has hit several different of these different charges, and for you all that are watching me. Hold on. On TikTok. So you got indictment 13A, kidnapping, 13B, arson and attempt conspiracy, 13C, bribery of a witness, attempt conspiracy, 13D, witness tampering, 13E, forced labor and plus aiding and abetting in this forced labor, 13F, the trafficking and aiding and abetting in the trafficking, 13G, prostitute and the transportation of prostitute across state line, and the inducement of it. And then we have 13H, mood enhancement distribution and the conspiracy of the distribution of mood enhancing, the trafficking of those mood enhancers. So those are the charges that they are doing. And the predicate category of the RICO statute, they are kidnapping, arson, bribery, obstruction of justice, forced labor, ex-trafficking, the transportation of prostitute for the ex-trafficking, and they're the mood enhancement trafficking. So these are the charges that the prosecution are trying to prove. And like I said, they're hitting at some of the charges, but I haven't seen okay, this is the slam dunk. They're hitting at it. The defense going the route of why didn't she leave has been debunked, in my opinion. Yes, I think that the expert that they had on trial today, on the stand today, kind of gave the jury an overview as to why. And that was a good use of an expert witness. All right. Thank you so much for the rose. Thank you so much for the gifts. I appreciate it. All right. So we should have had enough time to be able to click. No? Interesting. Let's see what CNN says. The hotel records reveal name changes on Combs's profile. The jury was shown hotel records for a profile that was initially created under the name of Sean Combs in December 2006. The name on the profile was changed to Jackie Starr in 2009, says Frederic Zemmour, the general manager at the El Hermitage Hotel in the Beverly Hills. The name was changed multiple times. Sean Combs, Frank White, Frank Black, around 2011 and 12, he testified. In 2019, the name was changed to Ryan Lopez. So that's recent. Frank White is Biggie. Got you. Interesting. Listen, someone said, damn, the information in the reservation system is never deleted. That could spell for bad news. Well, well, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell y'all. Let's see if Inner City Press. All right. This reservation, what's the bill? Zamora, over 2,000. It says only charge if Christina Corman approves. Prosecution, what were the instructions? Put room out of service for cleaning. Like the room hot, set for 75 degrees. Got you. Because remember, what detail did Diddy forget? Sin Wargren. Yes, 75 degrees, because it was testified to that he liked to see them glistening. He liked to see them glistening, and they had reported that the room had been torn up so bad it was a slippery, sticky mess. There was an odor, because again, they had done a freak off for about 48 hours straight, from what I understand. Yeah, okay. That the reservation system goes back a long time. We can see the changes now. Exactly. Let's see. So he initially created it in his name, and now we see the different changes that his name. Which are So here, we're getting the listing of the damages. He says, what okay. So the prosecution says, what were the complaints in regard to the room? Because apparently, you remember that the hotel crew reported that there was problems with the room. They said candle wax on the carpet, security card. They charged him $500. Prosecution, no further question. And then he was off the stand, y'all. Now, wait a minute. You mean to tell me we got all that build up just to say that there was candle wax on the carpet? You flew this man all the way out from California for some candle wax on the floor? I mean, on the carpet? Y'all could have done he could have gone to a federal building in Los Angeles, and you could have had him over closed captioning. They have this man come way in here. Let's see what CNN said, because that's dumb. Hold on, y'all, before I get to. Here are the notes that the hotel put on Combs' profile. The jury just notes associated with the hotel prior associated with Sean Diddy Combs. Those notes include, please monitor outside his room, down the hall, to spray air freshener. It says here, they will always spill candle wax on everything, and they uses excessive amount of oil. Place the room out of order upon departure for deep cleaning. Okay. It says, please authorize an extra $1,000 when guest stays with us to cover any room damages. We're getting a little bit more information. Yeah, we're getting a little bit more information. I was about to, because like I said, inner city press didn't get all that information, but they're talking about what happened. That they add an extra $1,000 on the book when they come, and that is because they're going to spill candle wax everywhere, and that they use an excessive amount of oils, and that they got to place that room out of order for deep cleaning. The defense declined to cross-examine. So I guess this is just to show they didn't get salacious about it, but they're just basically showing that this possibly is a common ask. I don't know, but this is what they have on record. So, okay. Because I was fixing to say, if they just had this man come up here, just nasty. Exactly. Exactly. Hold on. Let me see what y'all are talking about over here. Cooking oil, coconut oil, baby oil. Lakers and 5. But the Lakers didn't make it. So it's basically, would this be considered, they needed to hire the cleanup crew? Yeah. And it seems like this might be something, and maybe they have some information or some records from somewhere, but I guess they wanted to establish the hotel records or put the foundation around what these hotel records mean. So it's just basically that they were in there using candles, they were doing an excessive amount of oil. So you can imagine that the sheets were messed up. You can imagine that they probably had to throw away those sheets. They probably had to throw away those towels because it's very difficult to get all that oil and stuff out in the applesauce on the hamburger. Because we know he loves himself some applesauce. Exactly. They had to, because, and listen to this. They said something about air freshener. Please monitor outside his room, and down the hall, spray air freshener. They're painting the picture that while they're in that room, that they were finna tear that room up. And that is all the time that they're coming in the room. Because can you imagine having somebody to come down the room and spray air freshener? Because that room was about to be funky because of the fact they had it at 75 degrees. Yes, it must have stunk. It must have stunk to high heaven. Because remember, they had the baby oil, the Astroglide. Cassie was talking about that she would get sick. So they have called a computer forensic agent. The government has called Joshua Croft to the stand. He is a computer forensic agent working for Homeland Security. Prosecutor Emily Johnson is questioning him. So let's see what Intercity Press. We've given them enough time to go. And then, Kaplan testified that they would have to, before the hotel cleaning crew would come in, they would have to clean up some stuff. So they'd have to, I guess, get rid of the evidence of the oil and the candles and all that other stuff. So they would have to come in and kind of straighten it up before the cleaning crew came in. I wouldn't want to clean that. I mean, because you think about it, they had to clean the rugs. They had to probably wipe down the walls, go in the bathroom and do a very deep cleaning. They better have been tremendous beyond that $1,000. They should have, those tips should have been way beyond that. Oh, okay. Let's get here. All right. What is your training? The SANS Institute. What does that stand for? He said, I don't really know. They are opaque in that way. He says his job is to extract data from the computer. That's basically his job. Okay. So, the SANS Institute, cybersecurity training. It promises everyone who completes SANS training can apply the skills and knowledge that they've learned the day they return to work. So they have courses and stuff like that later in cyber defense. It says the most trusted source of cyber defense and blue team training is certification and things. So let's figure out what's going to be on these computers. What is he looking for in these computers? Oh, because remember they found like laptops and iPads and iPhones and stuff like that in Diddy's houses that they raided, the one in California and the one in Miami. So maybe they're going to tell us what they found on these particular computers. So we're just having to wait. And I assume that he's probably going to be their last witness because again, they get out at they're going to be off at 3:00. I'm still in let's see. Diddy's youngest child's mother worked in cybersecurity. Interesting. Interesting. Huh. Because I can't keep up with the number of kids he has, but that is an interesting thing. She worked in cybersecurity. Hmm. Hmm. Queen C, I'm my head is once you said that, I'm the hums is because I'm thinking, I'm trying to think. Does anybody know how old this youngest child was or how long is and the reason why I'm asking because I was just trying to figure out she may be under 2. Okay. Because I was trying to figure out how long that she would have been in his life. Okay. Okay. Because the reason why I asked is because Cassie testified that she had deleted some things that she thought was off her computer and off of her phone. And then she said that it came back that he was able to pull it up and pull it back on her phone. So I was just curious to see how long that she's born in 2022. I mean, that doesn't mean that she wasn't fooling with Diddy earlier than that. But the reason why I was asking because Cassie couldn't understand how she would delete stuff off of her phone and then it would come back up. And when you said that, Queen, that's what my head was. They could have been. my head was clicking. I was like, oh, did his cyber security girlfriend, was she able to do some stuff? She may have been on the payroll. Hmm. Because I was just going to say, because he signed Cassie, and Cassie was on quote unquote the payroll. I wouldn't put it past him. I find it so weird, all these kids he has, but not one with Cassie. He never intended to have a child with Cassie. He now you let me tell it. This is me speculating. He never intended. When he saw Cassie, his intent was to use her just like he used her. Because again, she was moldable. And again, she had some, she was out there in the sense of, because we don't hear it from the other people, and particularly the women that he's had children with. Cassie was down. She was pretty much down for whatever. She was down for the drugs. She was down for things. He kind of clued into her. And I don't know. I'm just speculating. He may have asked her past boyfriend that she had. He may have found some information out about her that she possibly was down. So I don't think he ever meant to have her be above the status that she was. She just stayed around the longest. Because if you go back to the testimony of David James, he named women that we didn't know anything about. So they were in and out of his life. But Cassie seemed to be the person that he thought that he would keep around just for that. Because remember, that's all he really went, she never was able to spend holidays with him. And even if she had her own birthday party, he interrupted those things because he wanted the FOs. So I think Cassie's role in his eyes was just to do those FOs. That's what he had. And he was keeping her plied with drugs. He kept all that other stuff because that's the role that she played. Because remember, everyone said Kim Porter was the woman that he quote unquote loved, and everybody else, whatever. Hey, cuz. And that's true too, because One Stop had plan Bs. And that is a true statement too. We don't know. We know she wanted to be, because she wanted to be more than that. Interesting. Let's go back here and see if they've updated anything. Okay. The prosecution. What tools do you use? Agent Croft, TX1, and Digital Collector. Prosecution. Whose laptop did you extract? Agent Croft. Cassie Ventura. This is a MacBook Pro, roughly from 2010, 2011, with the white case. Did you boot it up? Agent Croft. I got to the MacBook factory default screen. But you got data? Croft, yes. The hard drive had data, not overridden by the factory reset. So the computer had been reset. Okay, so I wanted to go over what CNN is saying in regards to the defense, because you remember I said that I think the defense did a good job with poking some holes in the story with the Kid Cudi. And they said here, defense did some damage on cross-examination of Kid Cudi. It says his rapper Kid Cudi's testimony that his car was blown up in his driveway while he was dating did not prove that Sean Combs was behind the arson. Again, the only person that's going to be able to prove, I don't know about the arson, but who was going to be able to prove they broke into the house is going to be Capricorn Clark. Now, I speculate the person who helped Diddy break into Kid Cudi's home possibly could also be the person that helped to put the Molotov cocktail into the car. That's just my speculation. It says here, the arson incident, legal experts say, is a key piece of the prosecution's argument that Combs ran a criminal enterprise consisting of violent behavior, trafficking, and the procurement of narcotics. Combs has pled not guilty to all charges. So we still have this forensic expert on the stand. I'm going to go back and see if there's any more testimony up. Because again, Cassie said that she had deleted information off her phone. I don't know what they deleted off her lap book or not, but we will see. So where is that, Juju Bear? Where is that? Because the makeup artist didn't mention anything like that, and I haven't read anything like that from CNN nor Inner City Press. They said that she came up there and she testified about the physical abuse, but I didn't see anything where he was forcing her to do this. That wasn't testimony that looks like that we have seen. Got you. It's in an interview that she did prior. Got you. But they didn't ask her any of those questions on the stand. Because that would be interesting if the makeup artist did an interview like that. Why would they not ask her anything about that? Unless she didn't have, because if Cassie told her that, but that probably wouldn't be germane to the charges, would it? Or would that be, I think it's pertinent information. It doesn't look like the prosecution thinks it's pertinent information. Because I would think that would be pertinent information to give somebody. And again, Cassie didn't mention anything about it. But again, she wasn't asked about it. Got you. Now that makes better sense. Quiet needed. They couldn't find any medical records to back it up. That makes better sense because they don't want to get up there and say that unless they have something to back it up. And maybe they couldn't find any, maybe Cassie didn't mention it, or maybe she didn't want to mention it. Because, sometimes people don't want certain things put out there. And she probably didn't want anybody to know that, because we don't know, because again, Cassie was doing those FOs with no protection. And some of those folks that she was doing those SO for, they, All right, so we're at 2:30 in court in New York. So let's see if there's any more added information in regards to this all right. Prosecution. What's an unallocated space? Agent Croft. Something not viewable, something previously deleted. Prosecution. Explain how computers store data. Agent Croft. You have a table of contents. A file can still be stored in unallocated space. So I wonder what they're trying to look for on these computers. What do you all think? What do you think that they're looking for on the computer? They must be going into trafficking. They may be looking up because she said that she videos, okay, because she said she did all of her transactions and stuff like that on the computer, particularly when she was looking for the escorts and the escort services. Basically, Dawn, that's basically what it was. Pictures, browser history. Basically, he had already figured out who she was, who he needed for her to be in his life. And that's a life lesson for all of us. Maybe she's writing a journal, typing into her computer. Now, she did say she wrote a book, but this is her 2011 computer, so she's probably updated that computer since then. But this is a life lesson. And particularly if you have someone that has other women in his life, you've got to look and see how he treats or understand how he treats those other women to know whether or not what your position is. If you're someone that's in agreement to that. I know. But what she was going through with him, and she didn't want him to find out about it. Yeah, that's true. And like someone said before, like a journal entry, and she could have been she could have been keeping track of all the stuff that was happening to her. Okay, it says here Joshua Croft, a computer forensic agent with Homeland Security Investigations, testified that he has extracted data from 3 of Cassie Ventura's laptops. He said one of the laptops had been set to factory default and another open to a login screen with a user profile for Frank Black and a guest profile. The third laptop, which had some dents and some bends, would not power on, he said. Right. A life lesson. Yeah, exactly. Who she saw, who she was with, celebrities, etc. Any prior knowledge about Cassie's treatment. I think that's all good, because you know that he was tearing up her stuff. So we see here that the third laptop, which had some dents and bends on it, he wouldn't even power up. So, and thank you for the heart puff. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think that yeah, you got to understand what your position in. I'm not somebody that would stand for someone. I'm dating someone and they're dating several other people. But if you're someone that's okay with that, you need to understand what your role is. And your role is not going to, your role basically is not going to change, particularly in comparison with somebody else's role. So look at this whole dynamic. We understand that Kim Porter was what he had said, particularly at the funeral, that she was his soulmate. Even though he possibly treated her as probably as horrendous as he treated Cassie, but it wasn't to that level because Kim Porter was moving around and doing everything. And plus she had the children. He was very keen about making sure that his children didn't know or didn't see any of the stuff that he was doing, particularly with Cassie, because remember, she testified that he had put her head between the washer and dryer, and then she was messed up. She was at the Homeby Hills home. He says, no, you can't stay here because my children can't see you like this. And so that's when they went, she had to stay someplace else. She was in a hotel or something, and he was plying her with a lot of gifts. But Kim had a home. She had a multi-million-dollar home with the children. I think Sarah had another. I think she lives somewhere in Georgia. She had a multi-million-dollar home because she had children. And so I'm quite sure that this last person who's had children with him, even with the first woman that had children for him, she lived in New York. She was taken care of because his son was there and he was taking care of the children. So I think part of that, she probably did want children with him. She probably did want a relationship because she probably saw how they were being treated. But what was she relegated to? Scheduling FOs. Thank you for the ice cream cone. Exactly. And she couldn't see any of that. She just couldn't see it because she just figured, again, there were probably a lot of good times and she probably saw that person in him and all this other stuff, she was like, well, no, one day everything is going to get better. Everything is going to get better. And it never did. So basically, they have him on here and they're talking about the laptops and the stuff that he extracted. We're not getting a clear detail of how much information that he found on this computer. It doesn't even tell us. I'm going to go back into Inner City Press. But now the prosecution is finished with their examination of this computer forensic agent, and the defense is investigating. Today is quick. All right. Hold on, y'all. All right. What is unallocated space? Agent Croft. Something not viewable, something previously deleted. Explain how computers store data. You have a table of contents. A file can be stored in an unallocated space. Prosecution. So on these 3 laptops, how were they backed up? Agent Croft. iTunes was used before iCloud, but some look a little funky. I don't know what that means. Prosecution, but you can validate the funky, as you say, data by going to the raw data. Agent Cross, yes. Prosecution, nothing further. Maybe they're going to call him back. I don't know, because they're just iTunes was used before iCloud. But some look a little funky. Prosecution. But you can validate the funky, as you say, data by going to the raw data. Yes. I think Diddy really loved Cassie, but hated her for who she really was in the free. No, I think he had a purpose for her. I don't know if you call it love. I think she served a purpose, and he wanted to make sure that her purpose that he had for her continued. Because he made sure that she was kept in a way that she was always available for him. Because you notice how if she looked at somebody, if she talked to somebody, her head went between the washer and dryers. I don't know. They just ask. They're just asking questions. There's no way that I can consider that to be love. Right, quiet needed. I think it's more like ownership and control. She had a purpose. And it's also like too, in the better way that I can explain it, is you ever seen children, they have toys and they may play with their toys and they put that toy away and that toy can sit over there and they not play with it or do anything. They'll go back to it every now and then. But then when somebody else comes over and then they walk over to that toy and start playing with it, all of a sudden, you can't touch my toys. You can't do anything. You can't play with this. You can't do that. That's the way I see his relationship with Cassie. He saw, listen, people, everyone has the ability, someone who is good at manipulation, somebody who is good at those things, they can size you up. Thank you so much for the love you sent. People like that can size you up and then they know, and then they will figure out what your boundaries are. And that's why it's so important that if you have a certain boundary, don't let somebody cross that boundary and then you pull back and then they continue to cross that boundary and you don't say anything. Because see, they've already figured you out. They figured that what you say, always say what you mean and mean what you say and stand firm in the words that you speak. They already have figured out that what you're saying and your actions don't align. They don't match up. So when those things don't match up, they'll be able to take as much advantage of you as they can. So I don't look at the fact that he was in love. But I do believe, I don't try to diagnose people with those words, but I do believe that he believed that she was his property. I do believe that. Very possessive. Very possessive. TikTok is putting y'all to shame over here because we're having a great old time. But I understand some of you all are listening to me at work and can't just let's see. Okay, so defense says on one of the laptops there was a Frank Black profile. Agent Croft, yes. Defense, did you process every file? Agent Croft, yes. Defense, have a wonderful weekend. Prosecution, did you proceed under Frank Black? Did you proceed under Miss Ventura's consent? Agent Croft, under warrant. Interesting. Judge, No more witnesses. Jurors, I tend to release you early. Any objection? Everybody started laughing. And he goes and gives them, don't read anything about the case. Go for a walk. Watch the Knicks avenge their gains. Let's see. And you must tattle. We're making great progress. All right. So it looks like they have look like they've concluded for the day. We've had a flurry of witnesses today. We have had a flurry of witnesses for today, but I will tell you that I think the testimony that I enjoyed, well, not enjoyment like haha happy, but just that I was anticipating was the Kid Cudi's testimony. We got a lot of information out. I think both parties got some points out in regards to that. The prosecution is now going to have to, I think the defense did bring out the fact that nobody knew who set the car on fire. And his, again, 2 times in a row that during like this, something happens, Kid Cudi's car, you know, first his Combs and an unnamed associate in Capricorn Clark were at his home. And then you have this arson, but we don't know who completed the arson. And I think that it would have been, I think having Capricorn Clark on the stand. No, there won't be any court tomorrow. Court will not resume until Tuesday. So we've got a full weekend to go over this. Also, I wanted to let you know, all know, particularly on TikTok, I will be hosting a panel on Saturday morning, which will be 2 o'clock Central Time, 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. And in my panel, I have other YouTubers and a person, a lawyer, other YouTubers, and a member of the press that's supposedly to come, and we're going to just talk about this case. We're going to go over the witnesses for the week because we're going to go over all the witnesses for the week. We're going to go over what points the prosecution and the defense have made. We're going to go over whether or not that the prosecution is inching forward to proving their case, what setbacks that they have. We're going to definitely go over that. And I would love for you all over here. There's 107 of you all here in TikTok. Would love for you all to join me over there. I will put, I guess I'll do a post and let you all know that it's over there and tell y'all where to go. So we will do that. So again, I'll just summarize the day today. The executive assistant, Mr. Kaplan, I think he was able to show that Diddy's temper, but we've known about Diddy's temper. I think that everyone has pretty much corroborated what Cassie said. Not everybody, but most of them have corroborated about his temper and whoever's worked with him. I think that he also talked about getting the mood enhancements. Correct. They don't, from what I've noticed, Brandy, is that they will release who they're going to testify, like right before they leave. I don't know if they're going to do that, particularly with it being such a long weekend. So the defense knows all the people who are going to testify, and they have prepped for all the people that are going to testify, but the prosecution doesn't let them know any more than the night before. So since they're going on break and they're going to be on break for at least 72 hours, I don't think that they're going to be going over with them who is going to testify, because that's just too much time between now and then that because Diddy has been known, and they have told the judge on several occasions, particularly during his bond hearing, because he had been contacting, what's her name, the other member of Dirty Money, Kalina. He had been contacting her and contacting her and contacting her to the point that she put out a statement that nothing, they didn't know anything. But the prosecution found out that he was contacting her because they were talking to her. And then she suddenly stopped working with the prosecution. Now, will she be called to testify about anything? I don't know. Because it's pretty much like the same situation with Gina. Gina testified. I mean, Gina was deposed for a lot of different things. And then the day before court, day before they were going to actually do the trial, that no one can get in contact with her. Her lawyers don't know exactly how to get in contact. They can't get in contact with her. So they don't want any more interference with the case, so to speak. Ooh, I'm lying. Capricorn Clark is going to be deposed on Tuesday. Yes. The next witness called after the holiday weekend will be another one of Combs' employees. I stand corrected. Baby, they finna call Capricorn Clark. After Clark, prosecutors plan to have witnesses from the Los Angeles Police Department and the Los Angeles Fire Department. Comey said the prosecution case is running on time because that's what the judge is concerned. Yes, Puffy standing in the Soho house with his hands behind the back, looking like a Marvel super villain. So I am looking forward to because she's gonna, her job, Capricorn Clark, she's gonna talk about, I guess her time is working with Diddy. Capricorn Clark, because she's going to have inside knowledge. She may have inside knowledge on how he treated Kim Porter because she was there around the time that he was working with Kim Porter. She may give us information in regards to that night. Exactly. She's been there the whole time. She may give us more insight. She may be, I am hoping that she will be on the stand longer than 25, 30 minutes. I'm hoping that she will be on the stand for at least half the day so we can hear about her time with Puff Daddy, telling us a thing. If she's truthful, well, listen. Quiet. Let me tell y'all something real quick. There's no way that you cannot make me believe that they came up with some kind of deal with Capricorn Clark. Because remember, she could be considered an accessory before and an accessory after the fact of them breaking into Kid Cudi's house. That's just me speculating. You know, I'm not a lawyer, so I can't tell you that. But she definitely can tell us who was with Sean Combs when he broke into Kid Cudi's house. Because remember, she said, Kid Cudi said, that Capricorn Clark said that she was forced to ride with him. And she said that she sounded like she was crying. So at the least, she's going to be able to tell us who in the world was with you. And also now, I'm speculating now, but you remember they said that the DNA on the Molotov cocktail was female. That's all I'm going to say. I'm going to speculate on that. Maybe she can tell us that. Because again, you remember the defense kept saying that the DNA on the recovered from the car scene was female. Exactly. Interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. Because Kid Cudi, that was 2013, going into 2014. Interesting, Rach. Interesting. Interesting. But y'all, it's again, they've gone through they've gone through their things. I don't know how they're tying anything together yet. We'd have to talk to some lawyers to see how these things are tying together. But things are looking pretty decent. Things are looking pretty good as far as the time that they can, because the judge was very concerned about them taking too long doing witnesses and stuff like that. So we will see. All right, people. I've been on here 6 hours and 23 minutes, not with you all on TikTok, but on the rest of that. I've been on here 6 hours and 23 minutes. So what I'm going to do for you all on X, Twitch, and YouTube, I'm getting ready to sign out. I'm going to be on TikTok under P. Karn. I'm going to be talking with the TikTok folks and see what else we can kind of come up with. So you all, please tell a friend, tell a kin, tell a coworker, tell that heifer that you can't stand that I'm over here making these videos. And if you want to continue to converse with me, come over here to TikTok. I will be on here for a few more minutes. We're going to be going over some theories and things and speculate, because we're not lawyers over here unless there is a lawyer over here. We're just going to be over in here speculating. So y'all come over to TikTok if you do have an account. Again, it's under P. Karn. Come on over. And as always, people, bye-bye. And also, please remember to join me on Saturday with the panel. I will update my my list of all the different witnesses on tomorrow, and then I'll have that available that you all can probably download.